Hello again, sleepyheads. Tonight we begin with a story that starts off simple enough. A man, a storage auction, and a second-hand deep freezer. Just a normal day. A good deal even. He plugs it in. It works. Nothing unusual, at first. But by the third day something starts to leak, something dark, something wrong. And what he finds inside that freezer, well, it wasn't food. Our first story of the night is called The Girl in the Freezer. So before we open the lid on this one, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Like the video if you enjoy these late night chills, and let me know in the comments, where are you listening from tonight? Now, turn the lights down low, keep your blankets close, and try not to think about what might be humming quietly in your basement. Let's begin. I did not set out to buy a freezer full of nightmares. Honestly, I just wanted something for extra storage. My apartment in Buffalo is small, and I do a lot of meal prep, so I figured, hey, a deep freezer would be useful. There was this guy who ran auctions for abandoned storage units. Not fancy ones, just random lots from people who stopped paying the rent. Sometimes you'd get lucky. Most of it is junk, broken furniture, old baby clothes, but every once in a while there's something useful. This one unit had a few beat-up dressers, a mattress with questionable stains, and in the back a white chest freezer. It was dented but not terrible, no smell, still had the power cord. The auctioneer knocked $50 off the starting price if you agreed to haul everything out by the next day. So I bought it. The whole unit, cleaned out the garbage, got the freezer loaded into the back of my friend's truck. We got it into my place the same night, wiped it down, and plugged it in. It worked, hummed to life like it had never been left in some forgotten corner of upstate New York, cold and quiet. I didn't put anything in it yet, wanted to let it run for a while first. Make sure it held temperature. The first 2 days were fine. No noise, no weird smells. Just this new bulky appliance sitting in the corner of my kitchen like a silent roommate. Day 3, though, that's when it started leaking. At first I thought maybe I had spilled something. There was this brownish line of liquid trailing from underneath it. It smelled off. Not rotting exactly, but not clean either. Like old rainwater mixed with rust. I cleaned it up and figured maybe there had been something spilled inside it before I bought it. Something sticky that thawed a little once it got running again. But by the evening the puddle was back, bigger this time, and darker. So I opened it. The top layer was just a plastic bin, empty, clean. Underneath that was a false bottom, like someone had taken a thin sheet of painted wood and dropped it into place. It took a second to notice it. There were no handles or hinges, but it came up easy once I pried at the edge with a butter knife. Beneath it was, I don't know. At first I couldn't tell what I was looking at. There was this heavy-duty plastic lining, like a waterproof bag, sealed tight and wedged into the bottom of the freezer. Inside that was a black duffel bag, big, like military grade. It was locked with one of those thick combination locks you get at a hardware store. There was no writing on the outside, no name, no label, just the lock and the smell. I didn't know what to do. My first instinct was to just drag the whole thing outside and throw it away. But curiosity got the better of me. I told myself it was probably drugs, or cash, or something left behind by someone running from something. So I cut the lining, pulled the duffel out, and stared at it for a long time before trying the lock. It was set to 000. I spun the dials slowly. 001, 002. I was about to give up when I flipped to 007 and the lock popped open. Inside were Polaroids. Stacks of them. They were wrapped in plastic, bundled tight, and arranged almost like a photo album. No names, no captions. Just these full-color instant photos, one after the other. The first few showed a girl. Young, maybe late teens, sitting on a mattress, wearing an oversized t-shirt. Her face was blurred slightly, like she had moved while the photo developed. Behind her, there was a bare wall. Cement. In every photo, the same calendar was taped to the bricks. Red X's crossed through each day. At first, she looked fine, tired maybe. Her hair was messy, eyes wide. She wasn't smiling, but she wasn't bruised either. But then you flip a few more, and things change. The girl starts to look thinner, paler. The calendar fills up with more red X's. Her arms are pulled tighter to her chest. There are marks on her neck, scratches on her arms. The lighting stays the same, always cold and fluorescent, like a basement or a windowless room. There must have been over 100 of them. Toward the end, she is barely sitting up. Her eyes are swollen shut. One of her teeth is missing. Her lips are cracked and dry. In the second-to-last photo, she's lying on her side, curled in a way that does not look comfortable. Her hand is reaching toward the edge of the frame. And the last photo, that one is different. In the final photo, the girl is gone. The mattress is empty. The calendar has no red X's. It just says one thing, written in thick black marker across the bottom. Last day, keep her cold. That was not even the worst part. Inside the duffel, tucked beneath the stack of photos, was a folded piece of yellow paper. It was laminated, like someone wanted to make sure it would never get damaged. The note read, "Do not thaw her out. She'll remember." That's when I stood up, stepped back from the bag, and realized my hands were shaking. Not a little. Like really shaking. I do not know how long I stood there. I don't even remember setting the photos down. I just know I went to the sink, ran my hands under the water, and tried to breathe. The freezer was still humming. Still cold. Still plugged in. I thought about calling the police. I really did. But something about it felt wrong, like I wasn't supposed to. Like whatever this was, it was bigger than me. Like if I reported it, something would happen I couldn't take back. So instead, I sat at the kitchen table and stared at that last photo. The empty room, the black marker words. Last day. Keep her cold. I didn't sleep that night. I tried. I got into bed, stared at the ceiling, tried to count breaths, tried to act like everything was normal. But my brain just kept replaying the same few images. The girl's face in the photos, that room, that damn calendar. And especially the last one where she was gone and someone had written those words like a warning. Last day, keep her cold. And then the note. Do not thaw her out, she'll remember. I got up around 4 in the morning and went back to the kitchen. The freezer was still there, quiet in the corner like it had not done anything wrong. I opened it again. Not to look at the duffel this time, just to see it. I needed to be sure I had actually seen what I thought I saw. It was still there. The bag, the lock, now hanging open. The smell, faint but there. And the Polaroids, still in the exact order I had left them. I picked up the last one again, held it under the overhead light, and tried to make sense of it. The handwriting on the calendar was the same as the handwriting on the note. Sharp and thick, like it had been written with a marker by someone in a hurry, or someone angry. I sat on the floor for a long time, not thinking, just existing next to the freezer, waiting for something to make this make sense. By morning, I had decided to keep everything as it was. I did not throw the photos away. I did not burn the note. I did not tell anyone. I wrapped the duffel back up in the plastic lining and resealed it into the bottom of the freezer, just like I found it. Then I turned the freezer back on. I don't know why. Part of me told myself it was just to preserve evidence, in case I changed my mind and called the police, in case I needed to show someone. But that wasn't the full truth. The full truth was that I was afraid to leave it off. There was something about that note that got inside my head, not the logic of it, just the way it was written, so sure, so final. It did not feel like a warning written by someone unstable. It felt like something meant to be followed. I started hearing things the next night. Just small sounds at first, nothing dramatic. A thud here, a soft shuffle there. I live in an old building, so creaks and settling are normal. But these weren't random. They were close. Repetitive, like something moving just out of view. I got up to check the freezer at one point, and I swear to God the lid was open. Just a crack. Not fully, but enough to notice. I know I had closed it. I remember pushing it down with both hands. I even sat something on top of it, a small stack of cookbooks. They were now on the floor. I closed the lid again, gently but firmly, and stood there for a long time watching it. Nothing happened, no movement, no sound. But from that point on, the apartment felt different, like something was watching me, like I was not alone. I started keeping the lights on at night. I never used to do that. I'm a light sleeper, but now I needed them. I left the kitchen light on, and sometimes even the hallway light too. It helped a little, but not enough, because now I was dreaming about her. The girl from the photos. At first it was just flashes, her face, pale and bruised, right before I woke up. Then it got worse. I started dreaming about the room she was in, that bare mattress, that concrete wall. I could see the calendar clearly in the dream, the red X's growing darker, the black letters bleeding into the paper. She never spoke in the dreams. She just stared at me, eyes wide, unmoving. Sometimes she was sitting up, sometimes lying down. Once, she was standing behind the calendar, like she had walked through the wall. I started waking up at the same time every night. 3:13. I do not know why. Just a number, maybe, but it was always that time, every single night. My eyes would open, and I would feel it before I moved, that pressure in the air, like the apartment was holding its breath. One night, I got up and walked into the kitchen. I told myself I would open the freezer and take the bag out and call the cops. I told myself I would end this. But when I got there, the lid was already open again. And inside, the plastic had shifted. The duffel was still there, still sealed, but one of the Polaroids had worked its way loose and was sitting at the edge. It was a new one. I swear to you, it was new. I know every single photo that came with that bag. I counted them. I looked at every one. This one was different. It showed the same girl, but she was standing. Not on the mattress, not in that basement room. She was standing in a hallway I recognized. It was my hallway, right outside my bedroom. Her eyes were wide, her arms were at her sides, and behind her, on the wall, someone had scratched something into the paint. It said, "I'm cold." I dropped the photo, slammed the freezer shut, pulled the cord from the wall. The light went out, the hum stopped. And then from the hallway, I heard something move. Not a creak, not a shuffle, a step. The sound of that step was soft, but it was there. Just one single shift of weight on floorboards I knew by heart. It came from the hallway outside my bedroom, the same hallway I had walked 1,000 times. I froze in place. I did not call out. I did not move. I just stood there in the kitchen, staring at the darkened doorway, waiting for something else. Nothing happened, no voice, no shadow. Just that silence again, thick and waiting. I do not remember deciding to move, but at some point I walked forward, step by step. I passed through the doorway, into the hall, flipping the light switch with the back of my hand. The light came on instantly, too bright, too normal. And there was nothing there. The hallway was empty. My bedroom door was closed. The air felt still, but I knew what I had heard. I was not imagining it. There was a weight to that sound, a body behind it. It had not come from the freezer. It had come from the hallway. I stood there for maybe 10 minutes, listening, breathing slow, trying to keep my thoughts from spinning out. Eventually, I opened the bedroom door, stepped inside, checked the closet, checked under the bed, nothing. But something had changed. I went back to the kitchen, unplugged freezer still sitting in the corner. The photo I had dropped was still on the floor, face down. I picked it up carefully. My hands were shaking again. It was still the same. The girl, my hallway, the scratched wall behind her with those words. "I'm cold." That night, I stayed on the couch with all the lights on and a hammer in my hand. Not a weapon, really, just something to hold. I do not think I slept. The next day, I went to work like nothing happened. I kept telling myself maybe I was just tired, that it was a stress dream, that maybe the photo had been buried deep in the duffel and just shifted when the plastic warmed up. But that didn't explain the hallway, or the scratching, or the noise. I stopped talking to people that week, not because I was hiding anything, but because I didn't trust myself to speak without letting something slip. What was I going to say? That I found a bag of photos under a freezer, that one of them now shows a girl standing outside my bedroom. No one would believe me. I barely believed it myself. 3 nights later, I tried to throw the bag away. I waited until midnight, loaded the duffel into a garbage bag, tied it 3 times and walked it to the alley behind my building. I tossed it into the dumpster like it was just trash. For a moment, I felt this weird mix of guilt and relief, like I had just broken a rule but also done something necessary. I went back inside, closed all the windows, locked the door, slept with a fan on to drown out any noise. The next morning, the bag was back. I swear to you, it was back. I walked into the kitchen, groggy, rubbing my eyes, and there it was, sitting on the floor in front of the freezer, the plastic still wet, the lock still open. I did not scream, but my whole body recoiled. I stepped back like it was going to move. like it might try to crawl toward me. I checked the door, still locked, windows closed, no sign of a break-in. But the bag was back. So I did what I had done the first time. I put it back in the freezer. I sealed the plastic. I pushed it down into that lower compartment. I closed the lid and plugged the cord back in. And the hum returned. Later that day, I sat on the edge of my bed with my phone in my hand, debating whether to call the police. I thought about every headline I had ever read. Man finds disturbing photos. Family discovers mystery in storage auction. They always ended the same way, with cops, with questions, with something being taken away. But the truth is, I was not afraid of getting in trouble. I was afraid they would not believe me. I mean, how do you even explain something like this? How do you hand over a photo of a girl in your own hallway when the night before she was not real? I didn't call. I didn't tell anyone. That weekend I stayed mostly in the bedroom. I stopped opening the freezer. I taped the lid shut. I shoved heavy books on top of it and put a chair against it just to be sure. It was ridiculous, I know. Like putting up a fence to stop a flood, but it made me feel better. Then, on Sunday night, the dreams changed. This time I was in the room, the one from the photos. I could see the girl lying on the mattress. She was breathing, but slow. Her eyes were open, but barely. I wanted to speak, but my mouth would not open. I just stood there while she looked at me. Behind her, the calendar was almost full, only one square left unmarked. In that last square, someone had drawn a red circle. When I woke up, my mouth was dry and my hands were clenched into fists so tight my nails had left marks in my palms. I walked out to the kitchen, dread sitting heavy in my chest. The chair was tipped over. The books were on the floor. The tape had been peeled back. And the lid to the freezer was open. Not fully, but enough. Just a crack. Inside, something new had surfaced. A single photo. This time, it was just the mattress. Empty, but the calendar was gone. In its place, scratched into the concrete wall, were 3 words. She is waking. Didn't want to look at the photo. I really didn't, but I did. It was sitting right on top of the bag, like someone had placed it there intentionally. Same Polaroid size, same faded tone, but this one was different. There was no girl, no calendar. Just the bare mattress, the concrete wall, and scratched into the cement, barely legible under the bad lighting, were those 3 words. She is waking. It was the first time I felt something cold crawl under my skin, like it was moving up my spine without touching it. Not fear exactly, more like a knowing. Like I had passed some invisible line I didn't even realize was there until I was already on the other side of it. I didn't touch the photo. I didn't touch anything. I closed the lid of the freezer slowly, without sound, and backed away. The hum kicked back in, soft but steady. That same low sound I used to find comforting. Now it just sounded like a whisper with its mouth pressed against the wall. I spent the rest of the morning sitting at my kitchen table, holding a cup of coffee I didn't drink, staring at the freezer without blinking. The sun moved across the floor. My phone buzzed once. A weather alert. I didn't check it. It occurred to me, finally, that I was afraid of something that might not even exist. that all of this could be the result of a mental break I had never seen coming. I even Googled it. Visual hallucinations, auditory hallucinations, stress-induced episodes. The internet offered plenty of possible explanations, but none of them explained the photos, or the fact that the tape had been peeled back, or the scratch marks that hadn't been there before. And the worst part? I had stopped questioning whether the girl was real. She was real. I didn't know how I knew that, but I did. The calendar was not just marking time, it was counting down to something. By Tuesday night, the freezer had started making a new sound. It was subtle, like water shifting behind metal, not a mechanical rattle, not something a dying appliance would do, more like something stirring, moving inside the lining. I stood beside it, one hand resting on the top, trying to convince myself I was imagining it. Maybe the lining was wet, maybe the motor was freezing up. Maybe it was a normal sound I had just never noticed before. But it didn't stop. I taped the lid shut again, tighter this time, layers of it. Then I dragged an old bookcase in front of it. I turned on the television, left every light on. Sat with the remote in my lap like it was a weapon, like the glowing images on the screen might somehow protect me. Somewhere around 2 a.m, I dozed off. I don't remember what woke me, but I know what I heard. The tape peeling. That sharp, slow rip of adhesive coming free from plastic, one strip at a time. Then the sound of the lid lifting. And then nothing. I sat frozen, eyes wide, breathing through my nose, heart beating so loud I thought I might pass out. I didn't want to move, didn't want to look. I kept telling myself that if I just stayed still, whatever it was might go away. But I couldn't stay like that forever. Eventually, I got up. Slowly. I walked to the kitchen. The bookcase had been pushed aside. The tape was hanging in strips off the edge of the freezer, and the lid was open. The bag was gone. I stood there for a full minute, unable to breathe. Then I noticed something on the floor. A new Polaroid. I picked it up. This one showed my living room, taken from high up, like from a corner near the ceiling. In the photo, I was asleep on the couch. The television was still playing. The light from the screen cast a weird bluish glow across the room. But it was not just me in the photo. There was someone standing behind the couch. Bare feet, pale legs, a white nightshirt, hair hanging down over the face. The girl. She was there, standing behind me, watching. I dropped the photo. I started to shake. My mouth felt too dry to scream. I turned in place, looking around my own apartment like it was unfamiliar. My ears were ringing. My thoughts were loud, overlapping. I could not tell what was real anymore. I went into the bedroom, closed the door, locked it. Not that it mattered. I did not sleep. Just sat with my back to the wall, staring at the crack under the door, listening for movement. Nothing came. By morning, the bag was back. Inside the freezer. Same position, same plastic seal, and resting on top, another photo. This one showed the freezer itself. Closed, taped, the bookcase still in front of it. The photo had been taken from inside the apartment. It was dated. that morning's date, written in black ink on the bottom border, which meant someone had taken it before I even woke up, which meant someone was still here. I don't remember eating, or showering, or speaking. I just remember wrapping that photo in paper towels, stuffing it into my desk drawer, and pacing back and forth across the apartment until my legs went numb. There was something about the way she was appearing now. Not angry, not violent, just present. Like she was watching, like she was waiting. I started to think about the note again. Do not thaw her out. She'll remember. What if it wasn't a warning about her being dangerous? What if it was about guilt? Memory? What if the person who wrote that note had done something terrible and was afraid of being remembered? What if the freezer had been used to preserve not just a body but a secret? What if I had opened something that was never meant to be opened? I walked back to the freezer, opened it again. No new photos this time, but the bag was warm. Not hot, not steaming, just not cold anymore. Whatever had been inside it, it was thawing. By the time I realized the bag was warm, I was already past the point of pretending any of this was explainable. There was no fix, no cleanup, no neat way to end it. Something had been set in motion the moment I opened that freezer, and now I was stuck with it. I closed the lid again slowly. I did not tape it shut. I did not move the bookcase. I did not even unplug it. I just stood there with my hands flat against the top of the freezer, feeling how the cold no longer pressed up through the plastic. The hum had changed too. It was louder now, uneven. It sounded tired, like it was trying too hard to keep doing what it was meant to do. But it was losing. I think I knew that. I sat down on the floor and stared at it. The same freezer I had bought for cheap. The one that, for a couple of days, had just been a useful appliance. I started thinking about how casually I had plugged it in, how I never once questioned where it came from, who it belonged to before, what it had held. I never thought about how something so normal could carry something so wrong. I don't know how long I sat there. At some point I turned off my phone, not because anyone was texting, but because I was tired of seeing the lock screen and not knowing what to do with it. There was no one I could call. I was not ready to hear another voice say, "You should get help," or "You should tell someone." It was too late for that. This thing was mine now. That night, I decided to go outside. I hadn't left the apartment in over a week. I walked down the block just to feel air that hadn't been filtered through my vents. I didn't bring my phone. Didn't tell anyone where I was going. Just wandered. It was cold, not freezing, but sharp enough to make my eyes sting. I didn't walk far, just enough to remind myself the world still existed, that I could leave if I really wanted to, that there were still cars passing and stores open and strangers going about their lives. I think that helped a little, until I came back. There was something taped to my front door. Not a note. A photo. Another Polaroid. It was a picture of my hallway, taken from the far end, facing toward my bedroom. In the photo, the bedroom door was cracked open. Just a sliver. And inside that sliver, just barely visible, was the same pale shape. The girl. Hair hanging forward, arms at her sides, head tilted like she was listening. I pulled the photo off the door with numb fingers and went inside, locking every bolt behind me. My ears were ringing again, that high sound you get when your body knows something before your brain does. I didn't bother checking the bedroom. I just sat down on the couch and stared at the photo, trying not to blink. She was getting closer. That was the feeling. Not just that she was in the apartment, but that she was moving. Like each time I saw her, she was a little less still, a little more aware. And now she was watching me back. I went to the freezer again, even though I didn't want to. I don't know what I expected. Maybe another photo, maybe nothing. What I found was a name. Scratched into the inner wall of the freezer, just above the bag. It was not there before. I would have seen it. The scratches were shallow but clear. 5 letters. I read them over and over again. The name meant nothing to me. I said it out loud, just to hear how it sounded. Larai. I didn't know if that was a first name, a last name, or something else. But now it had weight. She had a name. She was not just the girl in the photos anymore. She was someone who had been taken, kept, hurt, and then, what? That question started to dig deeper. What had actually happened to her? Was she dead when they sealed the bag? Or had she been frozen alive? Was that the whole point? The calendar, the note, the countdown, the instructions to keep her cold. What if they were not preserving a body but stopping something from finishing? What if she had never died? What if she had just paused? I leaned against the counter and felt the room tilt slightly. There were too many pieces now, too many signs that none of this was random, and I had seen enough horror movies to know where it usually goes from here. But this did not feel like a story. It felt like a memory that was slowly starting to come back to someone who should not remember. That night I heard footsteps again. Not one, not two, multiple. Moving from the kitchen to the hallway, from the hallway to the bedroom, then stopping. I turned on every light. Walked slowly into the bedroom. Nothing. I left the door open, sat on the bed with my eyes on the hallway, waited. At some point I must have drifted. When I opened my eyes, the room was darker. I looked around. The hallway was empty, but something was in the corner of the room. Another photo. Not on the floor this time, not tucked into the freezer. Pinned to the wall, right above the head of my bed. It showed me. Asleep. From above. And in the corner of the photo, blurry but unmistakable, was a hand. Reaching. The caption under the image had been written in red ink. It said, "She knows now." I didn't move right away. I just sat there, staring at the photo on the wall above my bed. The red ink felt fresh, almost wet. My breath came in short, shallow bursts. I didn't want to get closer. I didn't want to confirm what I already knew. She had been in the room, not just watching me, not just showing up in photos. She had stood over me while I slept, and now she remembered. That is what the photo meant, what the red caption confirmed. She knows now. The name carved into the freezer, the new photos, the way the hum had changed. It was all part of something waking up, slowly and intentionally. This wasn't a haunting. It wasn't even revenge. It felt like something older, like a truth rising back up through layers of lies, and I had been the one dumb enough to dig it up. But I couldn't undo it. It had already started. I finally stood and peeled the photo off the wall. My fingers trembled, but I forced myself to touch it. The paper was cool and stiff. It didn't smear. The ink was dry. Someone had placed it there hours ago, maybe even minutes ago, while I slept under it. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat in the hallway outside my bedroom, knees pulled up, back against the wall, eyes on the door. I had no plan, no grand idea of what to do next. Just one clear, heavy thought: this had to end. In the morning, I put on a sweatshirt, wrapped my hands in towels, and opened the freezer for what I decided would be the last time. The bag was still there, barely cold now. The lining had softened. The edges sagged like wet paper. Inside, I could hear a soft slosh, like melted ice shifting. I pulled it out, set it on the kitchen floor, and unzipped it. There were no new photos. No final note. No bones. No body. Nothing but water and a single piece of fabric, folded neatly, almost reverently. It was a girl's nightshirt, the same one from the photos, white, thin, still damp from the thaw. I held it carefully, expecting it to fall apart, but it didn't. It felt solid, real, just like she had been. I stood there in the kitchen holding that fabric, and for the first time in weeks, I felt something settle. Not peace exactly, just a kind of clarity, a decision forming behind the fear. I needed to know who she was. So I started looking. Not for ghosts. For records. I went to the public library, the city archives, even the police station downtown. I asked for old missing persons files. I told them I was doing research for a project. Most people didn't ask questions. I guess I looked like someone who belonged in front of a microfiche machine. I searched every case in Buffalo from the 1980s through the early 2000s. Any girl around 16 to 20 years old, any cases that went cold, anyone who disappeared and was never found. I found her in an article from 1997. Her name was Lori Hennings. She was 17, last seen leaving a bus stop on the east side. She never made it home. Her parents put up flyers for 2 years. The police followed every lead they had. Then it just stopped. She became another line in another file drawer, a face in a binder. That was all. But it wasn't all. Someone had taken her, kept her, photographed her as she faded, watched her suffer day after day until the last photo. Last day. Keep her cold. I went home with the article printed in my hand. I sat at the kitchen table and read it over and over until I knew the lines by heart. Then I pulled out every photo I still had, every Polaroid. I laid them out one by one across the floor. It was her. The same eyes, the same tired, defiant stare. Even near the end, even when she could barely sit up, there was something in her that never broke. Someone tried to erase her, tried to seal her in silence. But she remembered, and now so did I. I burned the photos that night. All of them. It took hours. I used a metal trash can, tore the pictures slowly so they would catch faster. The smoke filled the apartment, sharp and chemical, but I didn't stop. I burned the bag too. And the nightshirt, and the name card. I turned off the freezer, unplugged it, rolled it out to the curb and left it there. The next morning, it was gone. I thought maybe that would be it. I thought maybe once it was all destroyed, I would be free of it. But Larai came to me one last time, not in fear, not in warning, in thanks. It was a dream, but I think it was more than that. She was standing in the hallway again, but she looked different, healthy, whole. She was not reaching, she was just there, looking at me like I had finally done what needed to be done. And then she was gone. After that, the noises stopped, the dreams stopped, the freezer never came back, the photos never reappeared. It was just me again. And a name I would never forget. I still think about her. Sometimes I light a candle. Sometimes I just sit quietly and say her name out loud, like a reminder, not of the fear, but of what was taken from her, and what she made sure no one could ignore. She was not a ghost. She was a girl, and she remembered. So I did too. My name's Elise, and even now, looking back on it, I can't tell you exactly what happened at that birthday party. Trust me, I've tried. I've rolled it around in my head 100 different ways, trying to make sense of something that just won't click into place. I don't expect anyone to believe me, not fully anyway, but I'm going to put it all out here, step by step, and maybe by the end I'll find some explanation that makes sense. Maybe I won't, probably not. This all started on my daughter Ava's 8th birthday. Ava's not the kind of kid who makes a fuss about birthdays. She's shy, careful, always thinking before she speaks. When she asked for a big party, something we'd never really done before, I thought maybe it was her way of stepping out of her shell, of telling me she was finally ready to open up a bit more. How could I say no to that? We went all out, streamers, balloons, glittering pink and gold everywhere. Ava had picked a unicorn theme, and I'd stayed up half the night before decorating cupcakes, hanging banners, and setting up games in the backyard. We invited every kid from her class. 17 children, plus Ava. I figured some wouldn't show, but they all did. That should have made me happy. But then, around halfway through the party, a man I'd never seen before walked through the front gate into the yard, holding the hand of a little girl. At first glance, he seemed perfectly ordinary tall, neatly dressed in a polo shirt and khakis, the kind of guy who could blend in anywhere. But something felt off. Not dangerous exactly, just out of place. I know every parent from Ava's class by face, if not by name. I didn't know him. I didn't know her. He smiled politely, almost apologetically, as he approached. "Hey, I'm so sorry we're late," he said. His voice was soft, neutral. "She's from another section of the school. Hope you don't mind her joining." I paused, looking down at the girl. She had dark hair, pale skin, and eyes so deep set I couldn't tell if they were brown or black. She didn't smile. She didn't even seem nervous. She just stood there, holding the man's hand loosely, staring directly past me. "What's your name, sweetheart?" I asked. She looked up at the man briefly, as if waiting for permission. He squeezed her hand and nodded, but she still didn't speak. "She's shy," he said, smoothly stepping in. "First party in a while." Something inside me hesitated. Something told me to ask more questions, to press further. But behind me, the children were laughing, and music was playing, and the day felt too bright, too ordinary, for me to make a scene. I didn't want to embarrass her, or Ava. So I nodded. "Of course, she's welcome. There's cake and games." The man smiled again, gentle, detached. "Perfect. I'll be back for her after the party. Thanks so much." And then he was gone, back out the gate and down the driveway. I watched him leave, feeling oddly unsettled, but forcing it aside. When I turned around, the girl had already walked away, drifting silently towards the others. She never joined in the games, didn't eat cake, didn't even speak, really, just hovered quietly near Ava. Once, when they sat together on the edge of the trampoline, I noticed Ava leaning toward her, whispering something. The girl didn't move, didn't even seem to blink as she listened. Ava giggled nervously, looked at me, and then quickly looked away again. I let it go. Later, as parents arrived to pick up their kids, the yard began to empty out. I started tidying up, collecting paper plates and half-empty cups. Ava wandered over, tugging at my shirt. "Mom, where's the girl?" I glanced around. She wasn't there. I assumed her dad had picked her up quietly, slipping back out as unnoticed as he'd arrived. "I guess she left, sweetie." Ava's face scrunched up, looking puzzled. She didn't even say bye. We went inside, exhausted, ready to collapse into bed after a long, chaotic day. As I tucked Ava in, she pulled me close. Her eyes looked strange, too wide, too serious. "Mom," she whispered. "She said something weird." I leaned in closer. "Who, Ava?" "The girl. She asked if she could come back when I'm alone next time." A cold ripple went through me, sudden and sharp. I tried to keep my voice calm. "Did she say why?" Ava shook her head, burrowing deeper into her blankets. She said it quietly, like a secret. She told me not to tell, but I got scared. I kissed her forehead, smoothing her hair back gently. "It's okay, baby. You don't have to worry about it. She probably just wants to play again." But even as I said it, I didn't believe myself. I stayed by Ava's bed long after she fell asleep, watching her breathe, feeling a tightness in my chest I couldn't explain. Later that night, I checked the security camera footage. We have a small camera by the front door installed years ago, after some mail got stolen. I hadn't thought about it all day, too busy with everything else. But now I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something wasn't right. I rewound the footage, scanning quickly until I found the exact moment before guests arrived. And there she was, standing perfectly still at the end of the driveway. Alone, no car, no parent. Just her, tiny and motionless, her eyes fixed blankly ahead. She didn't fidget, didn't pace, didn't even shift her weight from foot to foot. She stood there for 10 straight minutes, frozen, like she was waiting for some signal I couldn't see. When Ava woke up the next morning, the first thing she said was, "My doll is gone." We searched everywhere, under the bed, in the closet, behind the couch, nothing. But on Ava's nightstand, exactly where she'd left the doll, there was something else, a small folded piece of paper. My hands shook as I opened it, reading the neat, childlike handwriting. I had fun. My name's Elise, and as I write this down, trying to figure out exactly where things went wrong, exactly who that little girl was, I still don't have answers. Just questions, endless questions. But one thing I know for certain: she was never invited. She never left the way she came in. And whoever or whatever she was, I have the horrible feeling that she's not done yet. The days after Ava's party weren't right. Not dramatically wrong, not police cars and neighbors whispering at the mailbox kind of wrong, just quietly off. Like when you wake up and the house feels empty, even though you know someone's home. Like when the radio slips between stations and you hear two songs overlapping, never fully catching either. Ava wasn't sleeping well. She didn't tell me directly, but I could see it, the heaviness under her eyes, the way she rubbed at her wrists distractedly when she thought I wasn't looking. Normally, Ava was bright in the mornings, chatty over breakfast and fussy about her toast crusts. But suddenly she became withdrawn, picking silently at her cereal, stirring loops and stars in circles until they turned soggy. At first I chalked it up to the aftermath of the party. Maybe it had overwhelmed her, I thought, or maybe the strange little girl had unsettled her more than she'd let on. But it didn't fade the way things usually do for kids. Instead, it hung around this strange mood, thick and quiet, clouding over her like a shadow. I tried talking about it once, gently, as we brushed our teeth together one night. Ava looked up into the mirror, mouth half full of foam, and just shook her head. She spit carefully into the sink, wiped her mouth, and climbed into bed without another word. Her silence spoke louder than anything else. Then the doll showed up again. It was a Thursday afternoon, nearly a week since the party. I'd just gotten home from picking Ava up at school. She'd gone straight to her room, like she had every day that week, door closed tight behind her. It broke my heart to see her withdrawing into herself again, but I decided to give her some space, to trust she'd talk when she was ready. I was unpacking groceries when I heard her bedroom door slam open, then footsteps pounding down the stairs. She burst into the kitchen, pale and breathless, her eyes wide with panic. "It's back, Mom," she said, voice shaking. "My doll. She put it back." I stopped mid-motion, still clutching a half-empty milk carton. "Who put it back, Ava?" Her lower lip trembled slightly. "I don't know, but it's sitting right in the middle of my bed." I set the milk down and took her hand, forcing myself to breathe slowly. "Let's go see." Her room felt smaller somehow, colder too, despite the afternoon sun filtering through the curtains. And Ava was right. Her doll, the missing one, was sitting upright on the bedspread, placed with careful precision, legs crossed, hands neatly folded in its lap. "Maybe you forgot you found it," I said softly, not believing my own words. Ava shot me a look, almost angry. I backed down immediately. "Sorry, I know you didn't." Ava wouldn't step into the room, hanging back at the doorway, as if the doll itself might jump out at her. "She did it, Mom. She said she would." I felt that cold feeling again, the one that had settled in my stomach since the party. "When did she say that, Ava?" "At the party." Ava swallowed hard. "When we were alone, she said she liked my dolls and she wanted one. I didn't say yes. I didn't say anything." "Did she take it that day?" Ava shrugged helplessly. "I don't know. Maybe." She kept looking at it, though, like she was deciding something. I walked over to the bed, carefully lifting the doll. It felt normal, soft cloth body, plastic head slightly dented from years of play, but there was a scent on it, something faint and unfamiliar. Not perfume, not dirt, something sharper, like rust or stale water. That night, after Ava finally drifted into a restless sleep, I checked the security footage again. There was nothing unusual at first, just the normal blur of activity, Ava and me leaving, returning, mail delivery, passing cars. But at exactly 3:32 p.m., about an hour before we got home, the camera flickered. Static ran across the image, gray bars pulsing and distorting the picture for exactly 6 seconds. Then, just as suddenly, it cleared again, and the front porch was empty. I replayed it 3 times, each time feeling my throat tighten a little more. It wasn't proof of anything, not exactly, but it wasn't right either. I couldn't shake the feeling that the little girl or whoever had brought her had come back. Over the next few days, I caught Ava talking quietly to herself, not like a normal kid inventing stories, but low, urgent whispers, like she was trying to convince someone of something. Whenever I stepped closer, she stopped immediately, her small face turning carefully blank. She started drawing too. Ava had always loved to draw, but now her sketches took on an eerie repetition, page after page of stick figures standing perfectly still, hands clasped in front, eyes wide and empty. Always drawn the same way, always one slightly apart from the others. "Who's this, honey?" I asked one night, pointing to the lone figure. Ava looked at the page briefly, her eyes flat. "You know who it is." She didn't say more. She didn't have to. I began waking up in the middle of the night, certain I'd heard footsteps in the hallway. But whenever I checked, the house stood silent and empty, Ava fast asleep, curled tightly beneath her covers. One night I stayed up, sitting quietly in my room with the door cracked open, waiting. For hours, nothing happened, just the ticking of the hallway clock and the faint hum of the fridge downstairs. Then, just past 2 in the morning, Ava's bedroom door creaked slowly open. I held my breath, watching as she stepped into the hallway, walking slowly and deliberately toward the stairs. Her movements were stiff, oddly mechanical, as though she wasn't fully awake or in control of herself. "Ava," I whispered. She didn't respond, didn't pause, just kept moving steadily, down the stairs, her small silhouette swallowed by the darkness below. I followed quietly, my heart pounding as I reached the bottom step. Ava stood by the front door, facing it, her small hand pressed gently against the wood, head tilted slightly as though listening to someone I couldn't see. "Honey," I said, my voice trembling slightly, "who's there?" Ava didn't turn around, but her voice was clear when she answered. "She says she had fun. She wants to play again." The door handle rattled gently beneath her fingertips, like something outside was testing it. My breath caught sharply. My whole body went rigid as I stepped forward, pulling Ava gently back. "Come on, sweetheart," I whispered, forcing calmness into my voice. "Come upstairs with Mommy." But as I pulled her away, I felt at the door rattling softly again, persistent but patient. Whoever was outside wasn't ready to leave just yet. Neither was Ava. The next morning, everything felt off kilter. The house looked the same, but it felt different. like waking up in a hotel room that's identical to yours except you know something isn't quite right. After the night I'd had, I couldn't stop watching Ava, trying to decide if she seemed okay. She ate her cereal quietly, kept her eyes lowered, avoided my attempts at small talk, and carefully scooted her spoon around until the cereal turned to mush. When she finally spoke, her voice was small and hesitant. "Mom?" "Yes, sweetie?" She paused, not looking up. "Am I in trouble?" I leaned closer, trying not to let her see how shaky I felt. "No, Ava. Why would you think that?" She stirred her cereal again, eyes flicking briefly toward me, then away. "You looked scared last night. You never look scared." I wasn't scared. I lied, brushing her hair gently from her face. I just didn't understand what was happening. "Were you sleepwalking?" She shrugged lightly, uncertain. "I don't know. I don't remember going downstairs." "You said someone was at the door," I pressed softly. "Do you remember who?" She hesitated, then shook her head quickly, as if shaking away a thought she didn't want. "No, nobody." I didn't push it further. Not yet. She was already retreating into herself, pulling back from something she couldn't or wouldn't explain. After breakfast, I walked her to school, watched until she disappeared inside, then made a quick stop at the hardware store. I bought a new set of deadbolts and a security bar for the sliding glass door. When I got home, I installed them immediately, fingers shaking a little, feeling irrational and paranoid, but also completely justified. Later that afternoon, I called my friend Lisa. She had a daughter in Ava's class and had been at the party. Lisa was reliable, matter of fact, the kind of person who saw through everything. I trusted her judgment, and honestly, I needed someone else to tell me if I was going crazy. Lisa answered on the third ring. "Hey, Elise, everything okay?" I took a breath, steadied myself. "Sort of. Listen, the party last weekend, you remember that girl who showed up with her dad?" There was a pause on her end. "Which girl?" My stomach dropped slightly. "The one nobody recognized. Dark hair, quiet, showed up late." Another pause, longer this time. Then Lisa spoke slowly, like choosing each word carefully. "Elise, honey, I don't know who you're talking about. There weren't any unfamiliar kids. I stayed the whole party." My throat tightened. "No, Lisa, there was a girl. Her father dropped her off. You have to remember." "Elise," she said gently, "are you feeling okay? I mean, it was chaotic with so many kids, but I swear I didn't see anyone like that." We exchanged a few more awkward pleasantries and hung up. I stood in the kitchen for a long time afterward, gripping my phone too tightly, heart racing. I knew what I'd seen, who I'd seen. The child had been there, clear as daylight, but somehow no one else remembered her at all. Later that evening, after Ava was safely in bed, I watched the security footage again. This time, I paid closer attention, rewinding slowly through the hours before and after the party, looking for anything unusual, any small detail I'd overlooked. But every frame looked exactly the same, exactly how I remembered. Except for one thing. When the camera flickered again, I paused and leaned closer. I moved through it frame by frame, and just as the static cleared, in the corner of the footage something shifted slightly at the edge of the porch. At first glance, it looked like nothing, a shadow maybe, or a leaf blowing past. But when I replayed it slowly, I saw clearly what it was. A small, pale hand reaching briefly into frame, like it was touching the railing. My breathing quickened. I played the footage again and again. The more I watched it, the more certain I was. It was a child's hand, reaching, testing, then pulling away, never fully stepping into view. I shut the laptop abruptly, heart pounding. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, Ava stayed home. She complained of a headache and a stomachache, and I didn't question it. She stayed in bed, quiet, withdrawn, coloring those same strange drawings, row after row of silent figures, eyes empty and staring straight ahead. I called the school, told them Ava was sick, and then spent the morning pacing, checking the locks repeatedly, feeling trapped inside my own home. I considered going somewhere else, a hotel, my sister's place out of state, but something inside me resisted. Running felt like admitting I was scared, and admitting I was scared felt like giving whatever this was more power. Around noon, Ava wandered downstairs quietly, clutching her sketch pad tightly to her chest. She stood in the kitchen doorway, hesitant, shifting from one foot to the other. "Mom?" I set down my coffee, forcing a calm smile. "Yeah, honey? Do you think she's coming back?" I swallowed, throat dry. "Who?" "You know who," she whispered. Her voice was almost pleading. "The girl, the one who took my doll." My hands felt cold. "I don't know, Ava, but she can't get in. I made sure." She stared at me, eyes wide, solemn, too knowing for her age. Locks won't stop her. Something in her tone sent a chill through me, deeper than anything before. "Why would you say that?" Ava hesitated, then placed her sketch pad carefully on the kitchen table, flipping it open to a page near the back. The drawing was darker this time, more detailed. It showed our house, sketched roughly in pencil, but standing at the edge of the yard was a small figure. She'd drawn her with dark hair, black eyes staring directly forward. Her feet hovered slightly above the ground. Underneath, Ava had written 3 words in shaky letters. "She's already here." "Ava," I whispered, "what does this mean?" She shook her head, eyes watery. "I don't know. I didn't mean to draw that." I knelt down, pulling her close. "It's okay, sweetheart. It's going to be okay." But even as I held her, even as I spoke comforting words, I barely believed myself. I glanced at the drawing again. That small, silent figure floating above the ground, staring at us from the page. That afternoon, I called Lisa again, asked if Ava could stay at her house overnight. I didn't explain fully, but Lisa agreed immediately, sensing my desperation. I packed Ava's overnight bag carefully, kissed her forehead, and watched Lisa drive her away. Then I sat in the empty house, alone, watching shadows lengthen along the walls, listening carefully to every sound, and waiting for whatever was already there. After Lisa drove away with Ava, the house suddenly felt emptier than I ever remembered it. Not quiet exactly, I could still hear the fridge humming, the soft creak of old floorboards, the distant ticking of the hallway clock, but hollow, like it was holding its breath along with me, waiting for something to happen. I spent the first hour just pacing. The rooms felt different now, bigger somehow, colder. I kept glancing at Ava's drawings, scattered across the table, reminding myself that I'd made the right choice sending her away, even if I still couldn't explain why. As the evening dragged on, I cleaned the kitchen 3 separate times, reorganized the bookshelf, then went upstairs to change Ava's sheets. It was mindless work, something to keep my hands busy and my thoughts quiet, even though it didn't really help. Eventually, I sat down on the edge of her bed, running my hands over the pink cotton sheets, feeling oddly guilty, like I'd let her down somehow, even though I knew that didn't make sense. Just after 10, Lisa called to tell me Ava had fallen asleep watching a movie. "She's okay," Lisa said gently. "You sound like you needed to hear that." "I did," I admitted quietly. "Thanks." "You sure you're all right, Elise?" I hesitated. "Not really, but it's not something I can explain." Lisa paused. "You can try." But I couldn't, not without sounding insane. "Maybe later," I finally said, and ended the call. By 11:30, the house felt unbearably still. I stood in the kitchen, considering making tea, then decided it was pointless and just headed upstairs instead. Every sound felt louder as I climbed the stairs, the floorboards creaking sharply, the faint scrape of branches against the window. At the top, I hesitated, listening hard. The house had settled into complete silence now, and it felt heavy, oppressive, like the air itself was thickening. I walked slowly toward Ava's room again, pulled by a vague but insistent feeling. The door was open just slightly, exactly how I'd left it, but something about that narrow gap felt wrong, like a breath held too long. I pushed the door wider, stepping carefully inside. The first thing I noticed was the chill. The air felt damp, heavier than it should have, almost stale, as if someone had left a window open after a storm. I moved to the window quickly, double-checking the lock, but it was secure. Turning back to the room, I noticed something else immediately. Ava's doll, the one that had vanished and returned, was no longer on her bed where I'd left it. Instead, it sat upright in the small rocking chair in the corner, angled slightly toward me. Its plastic eyes stared blankly forward, empty and glassy, reflecting the dim moonlight from the window. My chest tightened. Slowly, forcing myself to stay calm, I approached the doll. As I picked it up, it felt oddly heavy, denser, colder somehow. Without thinking, I flipped it over, turning it in my hands. That's when I saw it. On the doll's back, barely visible in the dimness, were 3 faint scratches, thin, parallel lines, like they'd been carved delicately with something sharp. They weren't random. They looked deliberate, purposeful. My breath caught in my throat. I stared at them for a long moment, trying desperately to convince myself they were meaningless. A child's careless play, but something deep inside me knew better. I set the doll down carefully, fighting back a wave of panic, and stepped away. I didn't want to stay in that room any longer, but I also didn't want to leave it unwatched. So I found myself retreating just enough to sit in the hallway, my back against the wall, eyes never fully leaving Ava's door. I wasn't sure exactly what I expected to see, but I knew I couldn't sleep. The hours stretched endlessly, slipping past midnight, then 1, then 2, the house stubbornly quiet, until I finally began drifting into a restless, half-awake state. Not quite sleeping, not quite awake, caught somewhere between exhaustion and hyper-awareness. That's when I heard it. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct, a soft, rustling sound, coming from somewhere downstairs, like fabric brushing against furniture. Instantly awake, my heart started hammering. I held my breath, straining to listen. The sound continued, steady, deliberate, rhythmic. Slowly, I rose to my feet and moved toward the stairs. Each step felt shaky beneath me, like walking on ice that could crack at any moment. The rustling grew clearer as I reached the bottom step. It was coming from the living room. As I rounded the corner, I froze. The television, which I'd left off all evening, was on, muted, casting shifting colors across the walls. But it wasn't the TV that held my attention. Sitting in the center of the couch was Ava's doll. Upright, arms neatly positioned, facing the blank screen. I felt a sharp spike of fear, but before I could move, the doll shifted slightly. It didn't fall, it didn't topple, it moved as if adjusting itself. Then the screen flickered abruptly, static hissing softly through the silence. I took a half step forward, pulse racing, ready to snatch the doll and throw it outside or burn it, anything but suddenly the static cut out completely, replaced by a steady, high-pitched ringing. And then, very softly, from behind me, I heard Ava's voice. "Mommy?" I whipped around, heart nearly stopping, but the room behind me was empty. No Ava, just shadows, empty chairs, and silence. I rushed through the house, checking every room, every door, every lock. Ava wasn't there. Of course she wasn't. She was safely at Lisa's, miles away. But I had heard her voice clearly, unmistakably, calling to me. Shaking badly, I called Lisa immediately. She answered on the first ring, sleep thick in her voice. "Elise, it's almost 3. What's wrong?" "Lisa, is Ava okay? Please check her." I heard movement, then Lisa murmured softly, "She's right here, Elise. She's asleep. She's fine." I exhaled sharply, relief and confusion mingling painfully. Thank God. Sorry, Lisa. I must have dreamed something. "Go to sleep," Lisa said gently. "Ava's fine. You're exhausted." After hanging up, I stood in the darkened living room, watching the doll again. It was motionless now, lifeless plastic and cloth once more, its eyes reflecting nothing. But just before I turned away, I saw something else, something subtle enough that I nearly missed it entirely. Its head tilted slightly, just a fraction toward the window, toward something outside. Slowly, I moved to the window, peering into the dark yard beyond. There, just beyond the porch railing, standing silently in the moonlight, was the little girl from the party. She stood perfectly still, her eyes dark and unblinking, looking directly at me. And behind her, just beyond the light, a taller shadow waited, watching quietly, patiently. They had come back. And this time, Ava wasn't here to distract them. This time they had come for me. I stood frozen at the window, barely breathing, heart racing so hard I could feel it in my throat. The girl stood perfectly still, hands loose at her sides, staring directly at me through the glass. Behind her, the taller figure, just a shadowy outline, waited patiently, half hidden in darkness. They didn't move. Neither did I. We just watched each other silently, caught in a tense, fragile moment. I had no idea how long we stayed like that, a minute, 5 minutes, but finally, the taller figure shifted slightly, melting back into the shadows. Then the girl turned slowly, calmly, and began to walk away. I watched her retreat until the darkness swallowed her completely. Then I sank onto the couch, trembling. My mind scrambled desperately, trying to piece together what had just happened, why it had happened, and who or what was behind this. I'd never believed in ghosts or demons, never given much thought to anything supernatural, but now the calm certainty I'd always felt about reality had cracked. Something had come to my house, something not quite right, something that wanted Ava. Or wanted me. I didn't sleep again that night, couldn't even consider it. Instead, I sat rigid on the couch, clutching Ava's doll, now limp and cold again, half expecting to see it move, half convinced I'd finally lost my mind completely. By morning, the house felt drained, as if something had finally let go. Sunlight spilled weakly through the blinds, making the shadows retreat, and for a few minutes, I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it all. Almost. Then Lisa texted me, asking if Ava was staying another night. I stared at the message, trying to decide how to reply. My first instinct was to bring Ava home, keep her close, never let her out of my sight again. But another part of me, deep, primal, protective, insisted that Ava was safer away from whatever was happening here. I told Lisa to keep her one more night. Then I called my mom. My mom has always been practical, never superstitious, always steady. She listened without interrupting as I poured everything out. The party, the girl, the drawings, Ava's sleepwalking, the doll moving, and the figures outside. When I finished, there was a long silence. "Elise," she finally said, her voice carefully neutral, "have you considered calling the police?" "To say what, Mom? That a doll moved by itself? That a child nobody else remembers showed up at Ava's birthday party?" My voice cracked slightly. "They'll think I'm crazy." She sighed gently. "I believe you, Elise. I don't understand it, but I believe you. Maybe it's time you came home for a bit, both you and Ava." Part of me wanted to say yes, immediately, to pack our things and leave everything behind, but the other part, stubborn, frightened, determined, resisted. Leaving felt too much like giving in, admitting that whatever this was had beaten me. "I'll think about it," I promised quietly, then ended the call. As the afternoon wore on, I cleaned obsessively. It wasn't logical, but it helped, gave me something to control, something concrete to focus on. Every window, every door frame, every inch of Ava's room got scrubbed until my knuckles hurt and the scent of bleach filled the house. When the sun began to set, anxiety coiled tighter in my stomach. The idea of spending another night alone was unbearable, but bringing Ava back here felt reckless. I found myself trapped between two impossible choices. Eventually, the need to see Ava overpowered my fear. I texted Lisa, thanked her again, and said I'd come by in the morning to pick her up. Then, with nothing left to do but wait, I turned every light in the house on, curled up on the couch, and stared blankly at the TV. I must have dozed off, because the sudden knocking startled me awake. For a split second I thought maybe Lisa had brought Ava home early, but when I looked at the clock, it was past midnight. Heart pounding, I slowly approached the front door, peering cautiously through the peephole. Nobody there. I waited, ears straining. The house remained silent. Then the knock came again, not from the front door this time, but from the back, softer and steadier, almost rhythmic. I moved quietly toward the kitchen, pulse hammering in my ears, breathing shallow and quick. Through the kitchen window, I could just make out a shadowy outline standing on the back porch, too small for an adult, motionless in the pale glow from the porch light. My chest tightened painfully. "Who's there?" I called, voice shaking slightly. No response, just the soft, patient knocking again. I stood there, paralyzed, torn between opening the door and running away. After several agonizing seconds, the knocking stopped abruptly. The shadow stepped backward slowly, calmly, until it disappeared beyond the reach of the porch light. For a moment, nothing moved. Then I felt something behind me, a faint rustle, a whisper of air. My heart nearly stopped as I spun around. Ava's doll was sitting on the kitchen table now, facing the window. I felt dizzy, disoriented, like reality was slipping away. Grabbing the doll roughly, I marched straight to the trash can, shoved it inside, and slammed the lid shut, breathing heavily. Just as I stepped back, the porch light flickered once, twice, then went dark completely. The house plunged into sudden, suffocating darkness. My breath caught painfully. I stumbled backward, feeling blindly for my phone, but before I could reach it, I heard footsteps, small, careful footsteps moving slowly toward the back door. And then, very quietly, the back door handle rattled again, gently testing the lock. I held my breath, frozen in place, praying the locks would hold. Then, from just outside the door, I heard a voice. A child's voice, soft, calm, and eerily familiar. "Can I come in now?" I recognized it instantly, the little girl from Ava's party. "No," I whispered, barely able to speak. "Please, just leave." A pause, then she spoke again, closer this time, almost against the glass. "But she invited me." My body shook violently. No, she didn't. You have to go." For a moment, there was silence, long and heavy. Then, in a softer, stranger tone, the girl replied, "She will, though, soon." I waited, frozen, but no more sounds came. Eventually, I forced myself to move, stumbling to the phone, calling Lisa again in a panic. Lisa answered, sleepy and confused, but quickly sensed my terror. "Ava's right here, Elise," she reassured me. "She's sleeping. Nothing's happened here." "Please don't let her out of your sight," I pleaded. "Just please." "I won't," Lisa promised. "I'm right here." After hanging up, I sank to the kitchen floor, sobbing softly, shaking uncontrollably. I knew now, with terrifying certainty, that whatever this thing was, whatever it wanted, it wasn't done. Not with Ava. And not with me. By dawn, I knew exactly what I had to do. The sun rose slow and pale, its weak light chasing the shadows away inch by careful inch. It didn't calm me, exactly, but it gave me just enough clarity to finally make a decision. I had tried ignoring it, tried rationalizing it, tried running from it. None of that had worked. So now I was going to face it head on. After making sure Ava was safe still with Lisa, who agreed without hesitation to keep her as long as necessary, I spent the morning going through the house methodically, looking for anything out of place. anything strange or left behind. The doll stayed in the trash, unmoving now, just another piece of unwanted garbage, though I half expected it to turn up again somewhere else. It didn't. I searched every corner, every closet, every drawer. I felt ridiculous, paranoid, driven by something I still couldn't fully name or understand, but I had to try. By late morning, the house felt stripped bare, emptied of secrets. I stood in the middle of Ava's room one last time, looking around at all the familiar things, her stuffed animals lined neatly on shelves, her books carefully stacked, and her drawings, the unsettling ones, still scattered across her desk. Then my eyes fell on something tucked between the mattress and the bed frame, something small, pale, nearly invisible. My heart skipped painfully as I reached slowly toward it, fingertips brushing against the thin edge of paper. Carefully, I pulled it out. It was another note, folded neatly just like before. My hand shook slightly as I opened it, revealing handwriting that matched the first note Ava had found. She said yes. My stomach twisted, sick and tight. I felt like screaming, like collapsing, like breaking down entirely, but instead, I folded the note carefully and slipped it into my pocket, feeling oddly calm now. Whatever was happening, whatever this girl or thing was, it had chosen us for a reason, and I was determined to find out why. That afternoon, I drove straight to Ava's school, asked quietly if I could speak privately to Mrs. Carter, Ava's teacher. She took one look at my face and immediately led me into a small office down the hall, closing the door gently behind us. "Elise," she began softly, "is everything okay? Ava hasn't seemed herself lately." "I know," I said, voice strained. "Have you ever seen Ava with a girl from another class, dark-haired, quiet, someone nobody seems to recognize?" Mrs. Carter paused, brow furrowed, thinking carefully. "I don't think so, no. Ava mostly keeps to herself. She's been even quieter than usual since the party, actually." "Do you remember her talking about anyone new?" I asked, desperate now. "Anyone at all? Someone she might have invited privately?" She shook her head slowly. "I'm sorry, Elise. I haven't noticed anything like that. Ava hasn't mentioned anyone." Defeated, I thanked her and left, feeling emptier than ever. I sat in my car, gripping the steering wheel tightly, fighting the urge to cry, to scream in frustration. But as the minutes ticked by, something slowly crystallized in my mind. It didn't matter where the girl came from or why nobody remembered her. She was real enough for us. And now, Ava had unknowingly invited her in. That night, I brought Ava home. Lisa tried to convince us to stay longer, but I felt strongly that we couldn't avoid this forever. Ava held my hand tightly as we stepped inside, her eyes nervously scanning every corner, as if she expected something to leap out at us from the shadows. The house was silent, though, almost unnaturally so. I cooked dinner quietly, Ava barely touching her food. When bedtime came, I sat beside her on the bed, gently brushing her hair away from her face. She looked up at me solemnly, her eyes too serious for an 8-year-old. "Mom," she said softly, "she's going to come back tonight. I know it." I took a slow breath, steadied my voice. "I know, sweetie." Ava stared at me, surprised. "You do?" "Yes," I said calmly, squeezing her hand. "And when she does, I'm going to talk to her. You don't have to worry anymore." She hesitated, eyes wide with worry. "But she wants me, Mom." "She can't have you," I whispered, kissing her forehead. "I promise." She fell asleep eventually, exhausted by fear and worry, curled tightly beneath the blankets. I sat beside her bed in the dark, listening closely to every creak, every whisper of the house settling around us, waiting. It was nearly 2 in the morning when the knocking came again, soft but unmistakable, this time at Ava's bedroom window. My heart leapt into my throat, but I forced myself to stand calmly, crossing to the window slowly. And there she was, standing perfectly still in the moonlight, dark eyes staring directly into mine. I opened the window slowly, just a few inches, my voice trembling slightly. "What do you want?" She tilted her head gently, considering me, her expression flat and empty. "To play," she finally said softly. "You can't," I whispered firmly. "Not here. Not with Ava. You need to leave." She shook her head slightly, almost sadly. "I can't. She already said yes." "No," I insisted, heart pounding. "I'm her mother. She didn't understand what she was agreeing to. It doesn't count." The girl stepped closer, face pressed near the glass, but she meant it. "Please," I whispered, desperate, "just leave her alone." She paused again, long enough for my pulse to hammer painfully in my chest. Then she spoke quietly, almost thoughtfully. "I could take something else instead." I froze. "What do you mean?" She met my gaze steadily. "You could say yes instead. That's fair." My stomach clenched violently, but as I glanced back toward Ava's bed, peaceful in sleep, untouched for now, I knew instantly there was no choice, not really. "Yes," I whispered, voice breaking slightly. "If you leave Ava alone, I'll say yes." For the first time she smiled gently, softly, as if relieved. Then, without another word, she stepped away from the window and disappeared into the darkness. Immediately, the room felt lighter, clearer somehow. When I turned around, Ava stirred slightly, eyes opening halfway. "Mommy?" "Go back to sleep, sweetheart," I whispered, leaning over and kissing her gently. She sighed softly, turning back over, instantly peaceful again. I sat quietly beside her bed until dawn finally broke, bright and clear, washing the shadows fully away. After that night, everything changed. Ava began sleeping soundly again, her eyes brighter, her laughter returning slowly. The house felt normal again, safe, warm, like a nightmare finally lifted. But I knew better. Because from that night on, whenever I'm alone, I feel it, the quiet, watchful presence somewhere nearby, waiting patiently. Ava never mentions her again, as if the girl never existed. But I remember. And I understand now. Because whatever that girl was, she kept her promise. She left Ava alone. And now, every night, when the house settles quietly into sleep, I wait calmly, patiently, for the soft knocking to come again. Because she wasn't finished. Not with Ava, and certainly not with me. She's simply waiting, and I've already said yes. This is going to sound like the start of a bad urban legend, or like one of those weird half-true stories people post just to get attention. I wish it was. I wish I could say I made it up, but I didn't. It happened a few months ago, and I haven't been able to sleep properly since. Every time I think about it, there's this twitch in the back of my neck, like something's still close. Like I forgot to lock a door I didn't know I had. It started with small noises. That's always how it starts, right? I rent this one-story house out in Mobile, tucked between two others on a block that's mostly quiet. I live alone, unless you count my cat, and I work remotely, so I'm in the house almost all the time. I started hearing sounds beneath the floor a few nights in a row, nothing big. Just the occasional creak or scrape. At first I thought it was the pipes, or maybe raccoons. I'd seen them in the alley behind the trash bins before. The noises would always come late, around that stretch of time when the world starts to shut down. Midnight, maybe a little later. It wasn't every night, and it wasn't loud enough to keep me awake, just enough to make me notice. The weird thing was, it wasn't always the same kind of sound. Some nights it was scratching. Other nights it sounded like chewing. Once, I swear I heard breathing, slow, uneven, almost like someone trying not to be heard, but you can always tell the difference between an animal and a person. It's in the rhythm. I told myself it was nothing, that maybe I was just getting too used to the quiet, and my brain was filling the silence with nonsense, but after a while, it got harder to ignore. I'd wake up and find my outside trash can tipped over, not torn apart, just gently laid down, like someone was being careful. One morning the gate to the side yard was unlatched. I always latch it. Always. I finally decided to check under the porch. The crawl space isn't tall, just barely enough room for someone to squeeze into on hands and knees. There's a small wood panel that slides out from behind the bushes by the front steps. I had to move some ivy and a couple stones to get to it. I grabbed a flashlight and a broom, figuring I'd poke around, maybe chase off a possum or something. The second I pulled the panel off, I smelled it. Not rot, not garbage, just stale, like sweat soaked into old blankets, like something lived down there and didn't want to be found. I got down on my stomach and slid the flashlight in first. It caught something shiny right away, a food wrapper, one of those foil chip bags. I pushed the light further and saw more plastic bottles, crumpled paper bags, a pair of shoes, and a mattress. Not a full one, just a thin pad rolled out on top of a folded blanket. There was a pillow, too, and next to it, plugged into my outdoor outlet, was a white phone charger. That's when it hit me. This wasn't a raccoon. Someone had been living down there. I backed out so fast I scraped my elbows on the brick, pulled the panel shut, shoved a stone in front of it, and locked every door and window in the house. My heart didn't slow down for an hour. I sat with the phone in my lap, staring at the crawl space entrance through the blinds like it was going to open again. Finally, I called the cops. They came out quick, 2 officers. They checked under the porch, did a sweep around the property, and said it looked like whoever had been there was gone. They found the mattress in the trash. Took a few photos, but there was no sign of forced entry anywhere on the house, and nothing was stolen. The only real damage was the plug on the outlet being a little bent from use. One of the officers asked if I wanted them to take the stuff out. I told them to get rid of all of it. They bagged it and left. That should have been the end of it. But that night, I didn't sleep. I kept hearing things. not from under the porch, from the floorboards inside. Soft sounds, almost like knocking. Just once. Then breathing. I didn't go check. I didn't move. I just lay in bed staring at the ceiling, counting each breath and trying to decide if I was imagining it. In the morning I got up and opened the front door. The doormat was gone. I had a plain brown one that said welcome, nothing special, been there since I moved in. Now, in its place, was a black one with white script letters. It said, "Thanks for letting me stay." That's all it said. I stood there barefoot, door halfway open, looking down at that mat like it was going to speak. The edges were clean. It wasn't old or faded. No leaves or dirt. Like it had been freshly placed sometime during the night. I checked the yard, the sidewalk, the street. No footprints, no trash, just the mat. I didn't know what to do. I left it there. I told myself it was a prank, a joke. Maybe the officers thought they were being funny. Maybe a neighbor overheard and thought it'd be cute. But nobody knew what I found. I hadn't told anyone. I called the police again. They said they'd send a car by to check the area. Nobody came. That night, I moved a chair in front of the crawl space panel. And then I slept on the couch, lights on. But I still heard it. The knock. One single knock from under the floor. Like someone letting me know they were still there. I didn't tell anyone at work. I didn't tell my sister either, which I usually would have. She's the kind of person who checks in twice a week, always asks if I remembered to eat or if the cat has fleas again. But I kept it to myself. I think I was embarrassed. Like if I said it out loud, it would make the whole thing more real. Someone living under your porch doesn't feel like something that happens to normal people. It feels like the kind of thing you read about in some internet comment thread that goes viral because it's just unbelievable enough to sound like fiction. But I was the one who had heard him, or felt him really. That was the worst part. When I lay still enough at night, I could feel him. Something below me, breathing, waiting. The knock hadn't come again since that first night, but the breathing stayed. Not every night, but enough that I stopped sleeping in the bedroom altogether. The couch became my new home base. I kept the blinds closed tight and the porch light on all night. I tried to talk myself out of it. I really did. Maybe it was an echo from the HVAC. Maybe something about the way the house settled made it sound like breathing. But deep down, I knew better. I had heard that knock. That deliberate, slow knock from the floorboards right under my bed. I could still feel the exact rhythm of it if I closed my eyes. It wasn't rushed. It wasn't threatening. It was polite, like someone knocking on a door that already belonged to them. I asked a friend of mine offhand if they had ever had issues with squatters. She used to do code enforcement work before switching to private security. I tried to make it sound hypothetical, just casual curiosity. She told me stories, people camping in backyards, under stairs, in unlocked sheds. She said sometimes they weren't even homeless, just looking for a quiet place to be alone. One guy set up a whole cot and heater inside a locked dog kennel behind an apartment complex and lived there for 3 months without anyone noticing. I asked if the people ever came back after being found. She said the smart ones didn't, but some did. She said once you're a place of comfort to someone, they don't always let go easy. That line stuck with me. A place of comfort. I hadn't thought about it like that. I had only been thinking about the invasion, the fear, the way it made my skin crawl. But to him, maybe it wasn't about hiding. Maybe it was about returning. Finding the spot he could rest in, like a dog going back to the same patch of dirt every night because it smells like home. The police never followed up. I called again and left a voicemail. No reply. I checked the crawl space 3 days after the first call, this time in the middle of the afternoon when the sun was high and my hands weren't shaking. I didn't see anything. No new food wrappers. No footprints in the dirt. Just that smell again. Not as strong, but still there. Human. Close. That night, the new mat was gone. I didn't notice at first. I let the cat out around 10 and stood on the porch for a minute, just breathing the warm air. It was sticky with summer rain and smelled like wet grass. I looked down and noticed it then. The black mat with the white letters. Gone. In its place, nothing. Not even my old one. Just bare wood. The porch boards looked a little cleaner too, like someone had wiped the space down. I stood there for a full minute just staring, waiting to see if anything moved in the yard. No sound, no wind. Just stillness. I brought the cat back in and locked the door. I started leaving the porch light off after that. I know that sounds backward, but I figured if he was coming back anyway, I didn't want to encourage him. I didn't want him thinking the light meant welcome. I still haven't replaced the mat. That was 3 weeks ago. A few nights after that, I heard a new sound. Not knocking. Not breathing. Laughter. It wasn't loud, just a short, dry laugh, like someone chuckling to themselves over a joke no one else heard. It came from under the floorboards again. I froze. The cat, curled beside me, went stiff and stared at the wall. Her ears twitched. I know she heard it too. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The laugh never came again. But I knew what I heard. That's when I started noticing little things inside the house. One morning, the hallway closet was slightly open. Another night, the bathroom mirror had a faint fingerprint on it, too high to be mine. Once, I found the back door unlocked. I always double-check it before bed. I started sleeping with the TV on, the volume low enough that it just sounded like muffled voices. It made the silence easier to take, gave me something to focus on other than the space beneath the floor. I kept telling myself it was over, that he had been scared off. But I didn't really believe it. Not after what I found 2 nights ago. I had been sitting on the couch, scrolling through nothing, trying to keep my brain from looping back to the same questions. I got up to make tea, something to warm my hands, and when I opened the drawer where I keep my tea bags, there was a note inside. Folded, plain white paper. One sentence, written in uneven handwriting. It said, "I liked the couch better." I stared at that note for a long time, longer than I should have. The paper wasn't old, not yellowed or torn or weathered in any way. It was clean. Folded once, down the middle, like someone had taken care to make it fit in the drawer neatly. The handwriting was strange, uneven. Letters slanted in different directions, like whoever wrote it didn't usually write much. The sentence was short, just 5 words, but it felt heavier than anything I'd seen in my house before. I liked the couch better. It felt like a conversation had already been happening, and I was just now realizing I had been a part of it all along. I didn't touch the note for a few minutes. I just stood there in the kitchen, hands braced against the counter, heart knocking hard in my chest. The sound of the refrigerator hum became unbearably loud. It felt like even the appliances knew something wasn't right. I took the note and burned it in the kitchen sink. Not because I thought it would do anything. I just didn't want it to still exist. Then I checked the whole house, every window, every door, every closet, every drawer. I checked behind the shower curtain and under the bed, and even opened the cabinet above the fridge, where I keep stuff I never use. Nothing. Everything was quiet. The crawl space panel outside was still blocked by the heavy planter I'd wedged in front of it. It hadn't been moved, or if it had, someone had put it back exactly how I left it. That somehow made it worse. I called a locksmith the next day and had them install a deadbolt on the back door. I also replaced the lock on the front, even though it wasn't damaged. I just needed to feel like I had changed something. Like I was still in control of something in this place. The guy who came to do it was talkative, made small jokes, talked about the weather, all of that. I didn't say much. Just nodded and forced a few polite laughs. Before he left, he looked at me and said, "You all right, man?" I told him I was just tired. That part wasn't a lie. That night, I stayed awake until almost morning. I sat in the recliner with the television on and the volume low, just watching shadows crawl along the floor as the night dragged past. Around 2 or 3, the cat got up from the couch and stared at the hallway. She didn't hiss, didn't run, just watched, tail flicking. I couldn't see anything. I didn't hear anything either. But I trusted her more than I trusted my ears at that point. Eventually she went back to sleep. I didn't. The next morning there was another note. This one was under my pillow. Same handwriting, same kind of paper. It said, "I like the quiet better." That hit me harder than the first one, because now it felt personal. Whoever this was, they weren't just in my house. They had been close enough to me while I slept to lift my pillow and leave something there, and I hadn't felt it. I hadn't heard them. I didn't dream of anything. That level of access, I can't explain how exposed that made me feel. I didn't call the cops. I didn't see the point. Last time they hadn't found anything, and now the only proof I had was a scrap of paper and shaky ink. What would I tell them? That someone liked my furniture choices? That someone preferred me to be asleep? Instead, I went to the hardware store and bought a motion sensor light and one of those cheap indoor cameras that connects to your phone. I set it up in the hallway, facing the crawl space entrance, and angled another toward the kitchen. That night, I went through the house like usual, locking everything twice. I moved the planter again to check the crawl space, and everything looked undisturbed. No footprints, no signs of movement. I left the camera running and tried to sleep in my bed again. I woke up just before dawn. The room was cold, too cold. I sat up, confused, and checked the window. Still locked. Then I checked the hallway. The camera was gone. Not unplugged, gone. The outlet was empty, and the wire was still there, cut clean. I checked the footage on my phone, but the last clip ended just before midnight. It showed the hallway light flickering, then nothing. The other camera, the one pointed toward the kitchen, was untouched. But when I checked the video, I saw something I still think about every time I walk through that space. At 1:20 in the morning, the hallway camera cut out. 30 seconds later, the kitchen camera picked up motion. A figure stepped into the frame, barefoot, wearing dark clothes, moving slowly, like they had done this 100 times before. Their face was mostly hidden, head tilted down, hair over the eyes. They stood in the kitchen for almost a full minute. Then very carefully they opened the drawer with the tea bags, took something out, paused, then looked up straight into the camera. Not startled, just curious. Then the feed cut. That was 2 nights ago. I haven't slept since. I keep the lights on in every room. I leave the television running, not because I think it will protect me, but because silence is unbearable now. The house doesn't feel like mine anymore. Every creak, every hum, every slight shift of air feels like him. I have checked the crawl space 5 more times. Still empty. No new footprints. No sign of anything living or dead. But I know he's been inside. And last night, the tea drawer was closed again. Inside, it was a single spoon, bent into a perfect curve, balanced on top of a folded piece of paper. The note said, "You don't have to lock the door." I kept that note too, I don't know why. I had burned the first one, tore the second in half. But this one, the one that said I didn't have to lock the door, I folded it once, twice, and slid it into my wallet like it was a receipt I might need later. Maybe part of me thought that if I kept it, if I treated it like something ordinary, it would lose whatever power it had over me. It didn't. That little square of paper sat in my back pocket all day, like a weight. Every time I leaned back or shifted in my chair, I could feel it pressing into my spine like a reminder. That morning I called out of work. I told them I was sick. It wasn't a lie, not in the traditional way. My stomach was a knot. My hands kept shaking. I couldn't focus on anything longer than a minute. I had this constant feeling that someone was watching me, and it wasn't paranoia, not the irrational kind. It was the kind of certainty that comes from waking up in your own bed and knowing someone's been standing over you while you slept. I unplugged the hallway camera completely. I didn't even bother trying to fix the wire. It had been cut too clean, like whoever did it wanted me to know they were careful. I boxed it up and shoved it into the hall closet with the broken vacuum and the light bulbs I never use. I left the other camera running. I needed one eye open, even if it was small and unreliable. That day, I decided to check the crawl space again. I waited until late afternoon when the light was strong and the air was hot. I grabbed a flashlight and a screwdriver and moved the planter aside. The panel came off easy, just like always. I crouched, pushed the beam into the space, and leaned forward. Everything was gone. No mattress, no blanket, no wrappers, no footprints in the dust. Even the charger cord was missing. It didn't look like someone had cleaned it up. It looked like no one had ever been there. Too clean. The air didn't smell the same either. The usual damp, earthy scent was replaced with nothing. Just dry, stale quiet. I backed out and sat on the porch for a long time after that. Not because I expected something to happen, because I didn't know what else to do. My house was quiet, my floor was clean, my crawl space was empty, but I didn't feel safe. I felt studied. Later that evening, the cat wouldn't leave the laundry room. She just sat there, staring at the wall beside the washer, tail low, ears twitching. When I picked her up, she dug her claws into my arm and hissed. She has never done that before, not once. Not even when she's sick. I set her down and left the room, closed the door behind me. I could still feel her staring through it. That night, there was no knock, no laugh, no sound. I lay in bed with the lights on, waiting for something, but the house stayed still. At 3 a.m, I gave up and got up to make coffee. The kitchen smelled like dust and something metallic, like the scent left behind after scraping a fork across a plate too hard. I flipped on the light. There was a plate on the counter, white, clean, from my cabinet, but it was wet, like it had just been washed. I hadn't used it. I hadn't eaten all day. I checked the sink. No sponge, no soap trail, no crumbs. Just the plate, and next to it, resting upright against the backsplash, another note. This one said, "I like when you're awake." I didn't touch it. I stared at the plate, then opened the cabinet to count. One was missing. I made coffee and sat on the couch. The front door was locked. The back was too. All windows sealed. I walked the whole house, pressing my fingers to each lock, each handle. All secure. I turned off the lights, one by one. Sat in silence. No movement. No new sounds. But the plate stayed there until morning. I washed it myself slowly and put it back in the cupboard. The note I slid into the freezer. I didn't want to burn this one. Not yet. That afternoon I found something else. A photograph. It was tucked into the corner of the mirror in the hallway. Just a cheap instant print, like the kind from a drugstore kiosk, black and white, grainy. It showed the side of the house, the porch, my window slightly open. The photo was taken from the lawn, close enough that the details were sharp. But what made my blood turn was that it had been taken from a height that didn't make sense. Not eye level. Lower. Like the photographer had been crawling. I checked the back of the photo. Nothing written. Just blank paper. I stood in the hallway for a long time, holding it, not knowing what to feel. I should have been angry, scared. I was. But more than anything, I was tired. It felt like he wasn't trying to hurt me. He was just living here, like I was a guest in his house, not the other way around. Like I had been for a long time and just hadn't noticed. When the mail came, I watched from the window. A package. No return address. Just my name. Inside a book. Hardcover. Dusty. I opened it. Inside was another note. Taped to the first page. It said, "You have good taste." The book was one I hadn't thought about in years. I recognized the cover the second I opened the package. even though it was faded and the corners were soft from age. It was a mystery novel I had loved in high school. One of those slow, atmospheric ones where not much happens, but everything feels like it's unraveling anyway. I never owned a copy. I had borrowed it from the library and never found it again. And now here it was in my hands, with a note taped inside, saying I had good taste. I didn't know what to make of that. I sat on the couch with the book in my lap and just stared at it. The cat jumped up next to me and settled into her usual spot, curling against my side like everything was normal. But it wasn't. Nothing had been normal in weeks. The porch, the notes, the sound beneath the floor, the strange stillness of my house when the lights were off. None of it felt random anymore. It felt like a relationship. That thought chilled me more than anything else, because it meant he wasn't just hiding here. He was watching me, learning about me, finding the things I liked and building something with them. It wasn't just about space or comfort anymore. It was about attention, and attention becomes connection whether you want it or not. That night, I put the book on the coffee table and turned all the lights on again. I didn't try to sleep. I didn't even pretend to. I sat upright and waited, drinking weak tea and listening to the house settle. Around 1 a.m, I heard something in the crawl space again. Not movement, not breathing. Typing. Faint and rhythmic, like someone tapping softly on an old keyboard. I stood slowly and walked to the hallway. The sound was clearer there. It was coming from the floor just beneath the closet. A small, steady rhythm, not urgent, just present. I didn't open the door. I didn't knock. I just stood and listened. After about 5 minutes, it stopped. I waited 10 more. Then I went back to the couch. The cat was gone. That made me panic more than anything else had so far. She never left the living room at night. She was small, quiet, and usually skittish. I checked the bedroom, nothing. The bathroom. The laundry room. I even checked behind the shower curtain again, even though I knew it was pointless. Then I heard her meow. Soft, muffled. From under the floor. I ran to the porch, yanked the planter aside, and pulled the panel free. The flashlight was already in my coat pocket. I didn't think. I just crawled in. The space was dry, still clean. The air smelled like dust and pine needles. I moved forward, heart hammering. 10 feet in, I saw her. The cat, curled on the old mattress I thought had been taken away. Blanket beside it, the charger still plugged in. Everything was back. She looked up at me and blinked slowly, like she'd just woken from a nap. She wasn't afraid. I called to her gently. She stood, stretched, and padded toward me. Behind her, in the dirt near the wall, was something small. A ceramic mug. Mine. The one I thought I had misplaced last week. Next to it was the bent spoon, arranged carefully, deliberately. I didn't touch them. I picked up the cat and backed out, replacing the panel behind me. When I got inside, the lights were off. All of them. I had left them on. The switches worked. The power was fine. But someone had turned them off by hand. The TV was off too, and on the screen was a single fingerprint, a long smudged mark in the middle of the glass. That night, I put the cat in the bedroom and locked the door. I sat in the kitchen with every drawer open, every cabinet empty. I wasn't looking for anything. I just didn't want anything to be hidden anymore. I needed every surface to be bare. At 3 a.m, I found the next note. It was in the fridge, taped to the milk. Same handwriting. This one said, "I liked it better when you didn't know." I closed the fridge and sat on the floor. Not out of fear. Out of exhaustion. This wasn't just someone passing through. This wasn't even about squatting. This was cohabitation. He had been here longer than I thought. Maybe since before I moved in. Maybe since the first time I heard the pipes groan in the middle of the night and assumed it was just old plumbing. Maybe this was his house all along. And I was the one who had slowly been invited. I sat there until the sun came up. Then I made toast, fed the cat, and left the note on the table. It said, "I don't want to play anymore." After I left the note, I didn't expect anything to happen. I didn't know what it would mean to him, or if he would even care. I had no idea what kind of rules he followed, if any. It's easy to imagine there's some logic when something strange keeps happening, like maybe if you play along, it'll all make sense eventually. But this wasn't that kind of thing. This wasn't a pattern. It wasn't even a game. It was just presence, something being here and not wanting to leave. I kept the house quiet for the rest of the day. No music, no television. I moved slowly, touched the walls like they were breakable. I could feel it all around me, that sense of being watched. Not aggressively, not even intrusively, just closely, like I was a fish in a tank and someone was pressing their face to the glass. I didn't find another note that day. There were no new scratches, no missing plates, no new gifts. The house was still. That night, I left the lights off on purpose. I lay on the couch again, not to sleep, but just to be there, eyes open. The cat stayed with me, curled at my feet like she always used to before everything changed. I kept my breathing slow, steady, waiting for a sound, but nothing came, not even the usual creak of the floorboards settling. No breathing, no knocking, no laughter from beneath the house. At 2 a.m, I stood and walked to the front door. It was unlocked. Not wide open, just slightly turned. The lock was out, the latch not caught. I had locked it. I always lock it. I stepped out onto the porch. The air was still and warm. My yard was quiet. No wind, no movement. But the porch mat was back. The black one with the white lettering. It said the same thing it said before. "Thanks for letting me stay." I didn't touch it. I didn't throw it away this time. I stepped over it and sat on the top step, just breathing. I sat there until the sun started to rise and the sky turned a soft, strange pink. Then I got up, went inside, and packed a bag. I didn't make a list. I didn't try to be neat about it. I grabbed what I needed: clothes, my wallet, the cat's food, a carrier. I didn't clean the kitchen. I didn't leave a note. I didn't turn the lights off. I just walked out, locked the door behind me, and left the key under the mat. I didn't know what else to do. There wasn't anything else to do. You can't argue with something that never speaks. You can't reason with someone who only exists when you're not looking. You can't win against a presence that doesn't want anything except to be near you. I stayed at a motel for 2 days. Not far, still in town. I kept thinking maybe it would follow. Maybe it would find me in the new place, knock on the walls, leave a note under the pillow. But nothing happened. The room stayed still. The mirrors were just mirrors. The floor didn't breathe. On the 3rd day, I went back to the house. I wasn't sure why. Curiosity, maybe, or guilt, or just the need to know. The front door was still locked. The mat was still there. Inside, everything was untouched, but different. The air felt stale, not musty, not dead, just still, like it had been holding its breath since I left. I walked from room to room. Bedroom, kitchen, hallway. The crawl space panel was closed. The laundry room door was open. The book was still on the table. And on the couch, folded neatly, was a blanket I had never seen before. Not mine. Not old. Clean, folded square, resting gently where I used to sleep. There was no note. I stood there for a long time, unsure if I was being invited back or if I was simply being acknowledged. In the end, I didn't stay. I left the blanket, walked out, and shut the door. That was the last time I saw the inside of that house. I sold the lease to someone else. They didn't ask any questions. I didn't give any answers. Now I live in a new place. Top floor, no porch, no crawl space. Every light has a timer. Every door has a bolt. The cat stays close again. She sleeps at the foot of the bed and watches the window like she used to before all of this began. Sometimes, late at night, I still think about him. Not with fear exactly, just awareness. He was never violent. He never threatened me. He never tried to take anything that wasn't given. But he changed something. Not just in the house. In me. There's a kind of silence now that I didn't know existed before. The kind that comes after something has been watching you too long and finally decides to leave. Not because you made it, but because it got what it wanted. Attention. Presence. Someone to stay up at night and notice the way the shadows change. I never saw his face. Not clearly. But I still feel like I knew him. Or maybe he knew me. Maybe that's why he picked my house. Maybe that's why he left. All I know is this. The porch is quiet now. The mat is gone, and I still lock the door every night. But I don't expect it to matter anymore, because some visitors don't need permission. They just need a place to rest, and someone willing to notice. My name's Caitlin, and what I'm about to share still doesn't make sense to me. It's the kind of thing you read online and dismiss as paranoia or a trick of an overactive imagination. I would have thought the same thing too, honestly. But this isn't a ghost story, not exactly, or even something I can easily explain away as anxiety or stress. I'm writing it down because I need it to exist outside my head. Because maybe, if I get it out clearly enough, I'll finally understand what happened in that apartment. I moved into the top floor unit of a small, slightly run-down apartment building on the edge of town. It was cheap, decent enough, and quiet, everything I was looking for after a messy breakup and a year spent sleeping on friends' couches. The landlord, Mr. Hartley, was an older guy, gruff but friendly enough, the kind who mumbled to himself while fixing things and kept his glasses on a string around his neck. He handed me the keys with a distracted smile, told me the unit was all mine, and warned me the hallway lights flickered sometimes. "The wiring's old," he shrugged, "but it's quiet up here. No one else on your floor." I liked the sound of that. After months of couch surfing, the idea of a quiet, private space was exactly what I needed. It wasn't anything special, a small living room, kitchenette, bedroom, bathroom, and a closet barely big enough for my clothes, but it was mine. I unpacked that afternoon, boxes stacked around me, music playing quietly on my phone. I felt comfortable there at first. But that first night, something changed. I woke around 3 a.m, disoriented, listening to someone moving quietly behind the wall, the one my bedroom shared with the neighboring apartment. At first, I thought it might be pipes, old buildings creaking, the usual noises you rationalize when you're half asleep. But the longer I listened, the clearer it became. Footsteps, soft pacing, deliberate and rhythmic, like someone walking slowly from one side of the room to the other, then pausing, then pacing again. My chest tightened slightly. It wasn't frightening exactly, just unsettling. Mr. Hartley had specifically told me no one else lived up here, but maybe I'd misunderstood. Maybe he'd meant no one else on my side of the hall. That had to be it. I tried to ignore it, to drift back into sleep, but the pacing continued, soft and persistent, mixed with something else now, a quiet, gentle humming. A woman's voice, faint and melodic, like a lullaby, hummed absently to pass the time. It wasn't unpleasant, but something about it felt wrong, out of place, too careful, too deliberate. By morning, it seemed like a bad dream. The daylight made the whole thing seem foolish, overblown, and I laughed at myself as I made coffee, shaking off the lingering feeling of unease. But the question stayed with me, nagging gently at the back of my mind. Who was in that apartment? Later, when I ran into Mr. Hartley in the hall, toolbox in hand, I asked casually, "Hey, do I have a neighbor up here?" He glanced at me, eyebrows raised slightly. "Neighbor?" "The unit next to mine," I clarified, pointing down the hall. "Thought you said no one lived there, but I heard someone last night, moving around, humming, just wondering who it was." He stared at me a moment longer, then shook his head. "You must have heard wrong. Nobody lives there." I frowned slightly. "Are you sure? I definitely heard something." "Apartment sealed," he interrupted firmly. "Has been ever since the fire 5 years ago. Nobody's been in there since then. Walls are thin, that's all." I stood there, suddenly uncomfortable, unsure what to say next. Mr. Hartley seemed to notice my unease, his expression softening slightly. "Just old noises, Caitlin. Nothing to worry about, I promise." He walked away without another word, leaving me standing awkwardly in the hallway, feeling somehow foolish and unsettled at the same time. Later, when I passed by the unit, I paused, staring at the closed door. It looked ordinary, same faded paint, same brass numbers, but something about it now felt different, heavier. I reached out slowly, pressing my palm flat against the wood. It was warm, warmer than it should have been. Not hot exactly, but noticeably warm to the touch, as if something behind it was radiating heat. I stepped back quickly, pulse quickening. Mr. Hartley had said nobody was inside, that it was sealed. But I'd heard something. I knew I had. That night, sleep was difficult. Every time I began drifting off, my ears strained automatically for sounds from the neighboring apartment. But this time it was silent, completely silent. Until, just after midnight, I heard it. A scratching noise, soft but unmistakable, coming from behind the shared wall. Slow, deliberate scrapes, as if fingernails were gently dragging across the drywall, testing the barrier. I sat up, heart hammering, every muscle tense. The scratching continued, slow and steady, moving gradually along the wall, as if tracing a careful path. Then abruptly, it stopped. I held my breath, waiting, hoping it was over. Then came the knock. Just one gentle, deliberate, soft enough to have been imagined if I hadn't been listening so closely, but I heard it clearly. One single, careful tap. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I sat rigidly, staring at the wall, waiting for something else, anything else. Nothing came. Eventually, exhaustion pulled me into sleep. But the next night, it happened again. The scratching, slow and careful, followed by 3 soft knocks, evenly spaced, patient and deliberate. And then, just as I was about to convince myself it was my imagination, I heard it clearly, a voice, quiet and muffled, coming from the vent beside my bed. A whisper, soft and tentative, barely audible through the metal grate. "Is it safe to come out yet?" My breath caught painfully. Every instinct in me screamed not to reply, not to acknowledge whatever was happening. I stayed silent, frozen, heart racing in my chest, listening carefully for anything else. But nothing more happened that night. No scratching, no pacing, no humming. In the morning, everything felt normal again. The apartment was quiet, ordinary, bathed in sunlight. I could almost convince myself I'd dreamed it all. Until the knocking began again, this time from inside my closet door. The knocking from inside my closet wasn't loud. It was gentle, hesitant, as if whoever or whatever was behind the door didn't want to startle me, but it did. My heart slammed so hard against my chest it actually hurt, and for a long moment, all I could do was stare at the closet door, waiting for it to happen again. But the knocking stopped almost as suddenly as it started, leaving the apartment heavy with a silence that felt louder than the sound itself. I couldn't move at first, could barely breathe. It was as if something had shifted, broken some unspoken boundary. The noises through the wall were one thing I could rationalize them, dismiss them as pipes or mice or even dreams. But this was different. This was in my space, closer than ever, impossible to deny or ignore. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I stood carefully, never taking my eyes off the closet. My legs felt weak, unsteady beneath me. I took a slow step forward, then another, my hand reaching out toward the handle, but before I could touch it, I stopped, every muscle tensed, every nerve ending alive, screaming at me to reconsider. I stepped back quickly, retreating to the living room, grabbing my phone as I sat heavily on the couch. My hands shook as I scrolled through my contacts, desperate for someone to call, someone who might listen and help me make sense of this. But every name I landed on felt wrong. Friends who'd worry I was losing it, family who'd tell me to leave immediately, or worse, brush it off as paranoia. Finally, I called Mr. Hartley. I didn't know what else to do. He answered after 3 rings, sounding tired and slightly annoyed. "Caitlin, is everything okay?" I took a breath, struggling to steady my voice. "Something's wrong with the apartment." There was a pause on his end, a shift in tone. "What kind of something?" "The noises I mentioned yesterday. They're worse, and now they're inside my closet." Another pause, longer this time. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter, strained. "That's not possible, Caitlin. It's an old building. Sounds carry strangely sometimes. I told you, no one else is up there." "Can you please just come up and check?" I begged, feeling tears sting behind my eyes. "I swear I'm not imagining this." He sighed heavily, reluctantly. "Give me a minute." I waited anxiously by the door until I heard him climb the stairs, each slow footstep creaking gently beneath his weight. When he finally knocked, I practically yanked the door open, heart still racing painfully. He stepped inside slowly, glancing around, looking slightly uncomfortable. "Show me." I led him directly to the bedroom, pointing at the closet door, still tightly shut. "In there." He approached cautiously, placing his hand lightly on the wood. He paused, listening intently, his face unreadable. Then he opened it quickly, stepping back just enough to reveal nothing. Just clothes, shoes, a suitcase pushed back into a corner, exactly what should have been there, nothing out of place. He looked at me carefully, his expression sympathetic but guarded. "Caitlin," he said gently, "maybe you just heard something from downstairs. The vents and pipes carry sound. It happens." "No," I whispered, frustration bubbling up sharply. "It was clear, deliberate knocking, Mr. Hartley. I'm not imagining this." He hesitated, clearly weighing his words. "The apartment next door hasn't been touched in 5 years. After the fire, they boarded it up tight, cut the utilities. No one's inside. No one can get inside. I promise you that." "But why?" "I don't know," he interrupted softly, firmly. "But it's not what you think. Maybe it's time to talk to someone. You know, someone who can help." I stared at him, anger and humiliation mingling painfully inside me. He thought I was losing it. Maybe I was starting to wonder myself, but it didn't make the fear any less real. He left quietly after that, promising to check the unit again to ease my mind, but his voice was gentle and placating the way you speak to someone fragile or disturbed. I shut the door behind him, leaning against it, breathing shallowly, feeling completely alone. The rest of the day, I stayed away from the bedroom, moving restlessly around the living room, the kitchen, forcing myself not to glance at that closet door. I distracted myself with cleaning, television, cooking, but it was all meaningless, busy work to pass time. As night approached, Anxiety coiled tighter and tighter inside me. Eventually, I couldn't avoid it any longer. I stepped back into the bedroom, trying to convince myself nothing was wrong, that it had been my imagination, or the pipes, or something harmless. But as soon as I closed the bedroom door behind me, the air felt heavier, charged somehow. I changed quickly, avoiding even a glance at the closet. I climbed into bed, pulling the covers tightly around me, willing sleep to come quickly and mercifully. It didn't. I lay there, tense, listening carefully, every sound magnified. At first, nothing happened, just the familiar hum of distant traffic, the creak of old wood, the whispering quiet of an empty apartment. Then, at precisely 2:13 a.m., the scratching started again, this time sharper, closer, louder. My chest tightened painfully as I sat up slowly, staring wide-eyed at the closet door. The scratching was rhythmic now, deliberate, moving up and down slowly, like nails tracing patterns along the inside. My pulse quickened sharply. I forced myself out of bed, walking slowly, deliberately, toward the closet. Each step felt impossibly heavy, as if my legs resisted instinctively, begging me to run instead. But I reached the door, hand trembling violently as I touched the handle. The scratching stopped immediately. My breath caught painfully. Slowly, carefully, I turned the handle and opened the door. Inside, the closet looked exactly the same. Nothing moved, nothing out of place. My clothes hung neatly, my shoes sat quietly, everything normal. Except for one small thing. On the back wall, barely noticeable, were faint scratch marks, thin, deep grooves etched deliberately into the paint. They spelled something clearly, though shakily, as if carved by desperate fingers. Please let me out. I stumbled back, heart pounding, breath catching painfully in my throat. My mind raced wildly, desperately trying to rationalize what I saw, but there was no rational explanation, nothing that could make sense of this. I shut the door quickly, pressing my back against it, breathing raggedly, trying not to panic. But even as I stood there, frozen and terrified, I heard it again, a soft whisper, barely audible, coming clearly through the vent above me. The same voice as before, trembling slightly with desperation. Please, I don't want to be alone anymore. I didn't sleep at all that night. How could I, knowing what was happening behind the walls of my own apartment? I sat up in bed, the light on, eyes fixed firmly on the closet door, half expecting it to slowly creak open or for the whisper to return. But it stayed quiet after that plea, silent enough to almost make me doubt myself again. Almost. By the time dawn broke, pale and hesitant, I felt drained, my nerves raw and jittery. I couldn't face another day trapped here alone, spiraling into panic. I got dressed quickly, barely glancing at my reflection, dark circles, hollow eyes, and left without eating, needing air and space to clear my head. I spent hours wandering aimlessly around town, stopping in coffee shops I'd never visited before, sitting at bus stops I had no intention of using, anything to delay returning home. But no matter how far I walked or how long I lingered, the apartment lingered with me, its walls, its whispers, the scratching behind my closet door. Eventually, exhausted and out of options, I found myself back at the building entrance, staring reluctantly up at the top floor windows. I climbed the stairs slowly, each step heavy and reluctant. When I reached the top floor, Mr. Hartley was already standing there, toolbox in hand, waiting patiently outside my door. "Caitlin," he said gently, almost apologetic, "can we talk?" I hesitated, then nodded wearily, opening my apartment door and stepping aside to let him in. He walked past me slowly, his eyes carefully scanning the room before turning back to face me. "I'm not saying you're crazy," he began quietly, hands raised slightly, palms open, cautious. "But I checked everything again this morning. I even went into the unit next door. I broke the seal, opened it up." My eyes widened. "You did?" He nodded slowly. "I had to know for sure. I didn't want you feeling unsafe here. But Caitlin, there's nobody in there. Nothing but empty rooms and old fire damage." "But the scratching." "I don't know," he said softly, cutting me off gently. "Maybe mice, maybe old pipes, maybe echoes. This place has history, you know. Sounds get stuck. Memories, too." I stared at him helplessly, feeling the tightness in my chest worsen. "You saw the scratches in my closet I showed you." He looked down, clearly uncomfortable. "I saw them, yeah, but I don't know when they got there. Could have been from before you moved in. Could have been you in your sleep. Stress does strange things." "I'm not imagining this," I whispered, frustrated tears welling sharply. "I believe you feel something is happening," he replied carefully, choosing his words. "But there's nothing physically here, not that I could find. Maybe it's time you thought about finding somewhere else to stay." I felt a sudden rush of anger and embarrassment, shame burning hot in my cheeks. "You want me to move out? Just like that?" "I'm just suggesting it might help," he said quietly. "I don't want to see you scared like this." After he left, I felt completely hollow. Every reassurance he'd given felt fake, meaningless. I knew what I'd heard. I knew what I'd seen. I wasn't making this up, wasn't inventing something to fill the emptiness in my life. But his doubt shook me anyway. That evening, I sat alone in the quiet apartment, listening carefully, nerves stretched thin, waiting for the noises to return. As darkness settled in, my anxiety built painfully, my ears straining to hear anything: footsteps, whispers, scratches, but the apartment was silent, almost defiantly so. Eventually, I couldn't stand it anymore. I stood quickly, grabbing my coat and keys, desperate for some kind of answer or resolution. I stepped into the hallway, eyes fixed on the neighboring apartment door, the one Mr. Hartley had reopened and supposedly cleared. It stood slightly ajar now, inviting me closer. My heartbeat quickened as I approached slowly, pushing the door open fully, stepping hesitantly inside. The apartment was dark, musty, the air heavy with years of stale emptiness, and the faint charred scent of long extinguished fire. Even in the dark, I could see the damage clearly: walls stained with smoke, paint blistered and peeling, furniture blackened and warped. But Mr. Hartley was right. There was no one here. No hidden occupant, no mysterious tenant pacing the floorboards at night. Just an empty, burned-out space, quiet and abandoned. Still, as I stood there, a shiver ran down my spine. The apartment felt wrong somehow, not just damaged, but deeply, unsettlingly empty. as if something important had been erased. It wasn't just old fire damage, I realized slowly. The entire place felt drained, stripped clean of life. I turned quickly, anxious to leave, but stopped abruptly as something caught my eye near the wall that separated this apartment from my bedroom. There, clearly visible even in the gloom, were markings scratched deeply into the charred drywall. I stepped closer, my chest tightening painfully. Scratched into the wall were tally marks, dozens of them, carefully drawn in shaky lines one after another, each set of 5 slashed through with a sharp diagonal mark, counting something. Counting days, weeks, months. I reached out slowly, fingers brushing the rough edges, my throat tightening painfully. Who had been here, hidden away, counting desperately, waiting for rescue, waiting for release? Then, beneath the tally marks, I noticed a second set of scratches, words carved roughly but clearly into the drywall. They left me behind. My breath caught painfully. I stepped back quickly, heart racing, head spinning. This wasn't something I could rationalize. Someone had been here trapped, hidden away, abandoned. And whatever happened in this apartment hadn't been resolved by fire or time. It was still here, waiting quietly, desperately reaching out to anyone who might finally hear. I fled back to my apartment, slamming the door shut, leaning against it, breathing raggedly, fighting panic. The emptiness, the silence, it made sense now. Someone had been sealed away, forgotten, buried beneath explanations and reassurances that never quite felt right. And now they were reaching out to me because I was the only one who could hear. I stumbled into my bedroom, eyes drawn irresistibly to the closet. Without thinking, almost in a daze, I opened the door, staring again at the scratches pleading for release. They matched exactly, perfectly, the ones I'd just seen next door. I closed the closet slowly, carefully, knowing with absolute certainty I was no longer alone. That night, when the whispers returned through the vent, faint and desperate, I didn't pull away or cover my ears. Instead, heart pounding, I whispered back, gently, cautiously, "I can hear you. Who are you?" There was silence for a long moment, heavy and expectant. Then quietly, shakingly, the voice replied, "I don't remember anymore. They took my name when they left me here." My throat tightened painfully. Who's they? The voice hesitated, then answered softly, fearfully, "The ones who started the fire." As I sat there, heart hammering, cold realization washed over me. The fire hadn't been accidental. It had been deliberate, meant to hide something or someone. And now, 5 years later, that someone was reaching out, desperately pleading to finally be remembered. And they had chosen me to listen. I sat there in the dark, staring at the wall vent, trying to process the quiet words that had drifted through from the other side. My heartbeat was fast, uneven, and my mind raced as I struggled to understand the reality I had somehow stumbled into. It felt impossible, yet undeniably real. A fire that had sealed off an apartment, a person trapped inside, abandoned, hidden away, their existence carefully forgotten, someone who didn't even remember their own name anymore. I swallowed hard, leaning closer to the vent, voice trembling slightly. "Why did they leave you here?" For a long moment, silence. Then carefully, softly, the voice came again, hesitant, as though the words were difficult to form. Because I saw them. Saw who? I asked quietly, breath caught in my throat. Another pause, heavier this time. The ones who burned it. My mind spun, heart racing. They locked you in because you saw them start the fire. Yes, came the whispered reply, quiet but steady. They wanted everyone gone, but I hid. They didn't know I was still here until after. By then, it was easier just to leave me. My chest felt tight, painful. The implications were staggering, impossible. Someone had deliberately set the fire. Someone had intentionally abandoned a witness, trapped and forgotten for 5 whole years. And Mr. Hartley, had he known, had he lied? I took a shaking breath. Are you hurt? How have you survived? I'm not sure, came the soft, uncertain reply. Time doesn't mean much now. I just wait. I've tried to leave, but the door won't open. I don't know how long it's been, only that it's felt very long. My mind struggled to grasp it. How could someone survive sealed in an empty apartment, cut off from food, water, sunlight, everything? How was it possible? Can I help you? I finally whispered, voice unsteady. Silence. Then very softly, almost fearfully, I think it's too late for that. I sat back slowly, feeling numb, helpless. What do you mean? Sometimes I don't feel real anymore, came the quiet, drifting reply. Sometimes I'm afraid I'm just part of the walls now, part of this place. You're real, I whispered desperately. I hear you, you're real. Please don't stop believing that, the voice begged softly. They told me I'd be forgotten. They said nobody would ever find me. If you hear me, if you believe me, maybe I can still be real. My chest ached painfully. I believe you. I'll help you somehow. Be careful, the voice said softly, urgently. They'll come back if they think someone knows. Who? I whispered desperately. Who will come back? But no answer came, just silence again, heavier and deeper than before. I spent the rest of that night pacing, restless, frantic, trying to piece together what little I knew. When dawn finally arrived, I'd made my decision. I needed to know the truth. No more half answers, no more whispered warnings. It was time to confront the only person who could possibly know what had really happened. I waited in the hallway until Mr. Hartley showed up, tools in hand, on his usual morning rounds. He stiffened slightly when he saw me standing there, eyes cautious, wary. Caitlin, he said slowly, carefully, everything okay? No, I replied firmly, my voice steadier than I'd expected. Not even close. I know someone was left behind after the fire. I know it wasn't an accident. He froze, eyes widening briefly before narrowing sharply, suspicion hardening his expression. What are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about, I pressed quietly, anger simmering just beneath my words. The person trapped in the sealed apartment, the person who saw the fire being set. They're still there. That's impossible, he said quickly, harshly, eyes darting nervously toward the sealed apartment door. There's nobody. I heard them, I interrupted sharply. They spoke to me. They said you sealed them in because they saw what you did. He stepped back quickly, shaking his head sharply, voice suddenly tight, strained. Caitlin, Listen to me carefully. You need to leave this alone, right now." "Or what?" I challenged, voice shaking. "You'll seal me in too?" He didn't reply, just turned abruptly, walking quickly away without another word, leaving me standing in the hallway, breathless, terrified, and certain I'd finally uncovered something he'd spent years carefully hiding. I spent that day gathering whatever I could, old newspaper articles, internet searches, anything about the fire. The story was thin, accidental, electrical issues, no casualties. But buried in an old news forum was a brief mention of a missing person report filed quietly, then dismissed. No follow-up, no answers, just a question left hanging. Someone had been erased from the official record. As darkness approached again, dread coiled tightly in my stomach. I couldn't abandon whoever was trapped next door, couldn't ignore the voice desperately pleading for help. But I also knew now that uncovering this meant danger. Mr. Hartley's warning had made that clear enough. That night, just after midnight, I heard the scratching again, this time sharper, desperate, louder. My heart leapt painfully. I rushed toward the closet, flinging it open, expecting, hoping to see something, anything. But again, nothing. I sank to the floor, defeated, helpless, fighting tears. "I'm sorry," I whispered brokenly. "I don't know what else to do." For a long moment, silence. Then a soft whisper drifted through the vent again, hesitant, gentle. "You've already done enough." "What do you mean?" I replied softly, head spinning. "You heard me," the voice said quietly, almost gently. "You believed me. That's more than anyone else has ever done." "I can't leave you here," I whispered, throat tight with tears. "I can't walk away knowing you're trapped." "I don't think you have a choice anymore," came the soft, regretful reply. "They know now. They won't let you keep asking questions." "Who?" I asked again desperately. "Mr. Hartley? Is he the one who did this?" The whisper hesitated briefly, then quietly answered, "He helped, but there are others, and now they know you've found me." My blood ran cold. What should I do? "Leave," the voice urged softly, almost pleading, "before it's too late, before you become like me." I shook my head, stubbornness and fear mixing painfully. "I won't just abandon you." "You're not abandoning me," came the gentle reply. "You're keeping yourself safe. If you go, at least I'll know someone remembered me." My chest tightened painfully. "What's your name?" I whispered helplessly. "Please try to remember. Tell me." There was a long pause, heavy with effort. Then finally, softly, hesitantly, the voice answered. "Anna. My name was Anna." "Anna," I whispered gently, fighting tears, heart aching painfully. "I won't forget you." "I know," she replied quietly, her voice fading gently. "That's all I needed." Then silence settled again, deeper and heavier than ever, leaving me alone, heartbroken and terrified. Because Anna was right, whatever darkness had trapped her here now knew that I had found her. And it wouldn't wait long before it came for me too. After that night, sleep wasn't even a possibility. How could it be? Knowing what I knew now, every noise, every shadow, felt like it carried a threat. Anna's whispered warning stayed lodged in my mind, playing over and over. She'd begged me to leave, to stay safe, but I couldn't abandon her. not like everyone else had, not like Mr. Hartley and whoever else was behind this had done years before. I paced the apartment as dawn came, feeling like a prisoner in my own home, waiting for something to happen, someone to arrive and stop me from talking. But no one came, no pounding at the door, no threats from the hallway, just silence, quiet, heavy, and oppressive. I knew I should leave immediately, pack what little I had and never look back. But the thought of leaving Anna behind, of letting her remain trapped and forgotten, filled me with a guilt I couldn't stomach. Her story deserved to be told. She deserved to be heard. So instead of running, I began writing it down, all of it, every detail, every conversation, every strange and unsettling moment. I documented Anna's whispers, the scratches on the wall, the sealed apartment, and Mr. Hartley's suspicious behavior. My plan was simple. If something happened to me, someone else needed to know the truth. Around midday, my phone buzzed. My stomach tightened sharply when I saw Mr. Hartley's name on the screen. I hesitated, heart hammering, before answering cautiously. "Hello?" His voice was calm, controlled. "Caitlin, I wanted to check on you, see if you'd thought about what we discussed." My throat tightened painfully, but I forced my voice steady. "I have. I'm not going anywhere. Not yet." A long pause. "You're making a mistake." "Why?" I challenged softly, fear mixing sharply with anger. "Because I know what you did." Another pause, longer this time. When he spoke again, his voice was lower, colder. I didn't have a choice. "There's always a choice," I said, voice trembling with restrained fury. "You chose to trap someone behind a wall and pretend they never existed. How can you justify that?" "You don't know what happened," he said sharply. "You don't know why." "Then tell me," I snapped, desperation breaking through. "Tell me why Anna had to be hidden away. Tell me why you kept it a secret for 5 years. Help me understand." Silence stretched painfully, heavy with tension. When he finally replied, his voice was strained, nearly broken. "Not over the phone. Meet me downstairs in the lobby. 1 hour. I'll tell you everything." Before I could answer, he hung up abruptly, leaving me holding the phone tightly, heart racing. I hesitated, torn between distrust and the need for answers. Ultimately, the chance to understand, even if it was dangerous, outweighed my fear. 1 hour later, I stood anxiously in the lobby, heart hammering as Mr. Hartley arrived, looking older, wearier than I'd ever seen him. He motioned me toward a small maintenance room behind the main staircase, shutting the door carefully behind us. "I don't have long," he began, voice low and urgent. "They're watching me now." "Who's watching you?" I demanded, desperate for clarity. "The owners," he replied bitterly. "The people who paid me to keep quiet after the fire." "So there was a fire," I pressed, confusion swirling. "Or was it intentional?" He sighed heavily, shoulders sagging. "It was intentional. Anna saw them. She saw everything." "Saw what?" I whispered harshly, fear tightening my throat. His eyes flicked toward the door nervously, then back to me, resigned. "They were trying to clear out the building. Insurance money, redevelopment plans. It doesn't matter." Anna saw them setting the fire. She recognized them. The fire spread faster than they planned, and by the time it was out, Anna was hiding in the back room, terrified. They found her afterward, scared and desperate, ready to tell everyone what she'd seen. My chest tightened painfully, anger and sorrow mingling. And you let them lock her away? I didn't have a choice, he snapped, eyes wild, voice breaking. They threatened me, my family. I thought they told me it would just be temporary, just long enough to sort things out. But it wasn't temporary. They sealed the apartment, erased her from records, threatened me again every time I considered speaking up. By then it was too late. Anna was supposed to disappear quietly. But she didn't, I said quietly, my voice shaking. He shook his head slowly, grief-stricken. No, somehow she stayed. I don't know how, I don't understand it. She's been there ever since, trapped in that place, and I couldn't do anything about it. You could have tried, I whispered, anger burning sharply now. You should have tried. He looked down, defeated. I've spent 5 years hoping it would end on its own, but it hasn't. She's still there, and now you're involved. They know you know. It's dangerous for both of us. Then let's end it, I said desperately. Let's tell someone now, before it's too late. He shook his head sharply, fear returning to his expression. They control everything. Caitlin police, inspectors, lawyers. No one will believe us. No one can help. I stepped closer, pleading desperately. Then let her go. Open the apartment again. Help me release her, please. He stared at me, eyes haunted, then finally nodded slowly. Tonight, after dark, wait for me upstairs. He slipped out quietly, leaving me shaking, frightened, and hopeful for the first time. When night finally fell, I waited anxiously in the hallway outside Anna's apartment. Mr. Hartley arrived a few minutes later, silent, withdrawn. He pulled out his keys, hands trembling, and unlocked the door. The heavy lock turned with a dull click, and he stepped back, letting me enter first. Inside, the apartment felt colder than before, emptier. Shadows stretched across charred walls, broken furniture looming in darkness. The air felt heavy, expectant, charged with desperation. "Anna?" I called softly, voice trembling. "We're here. You can come out now." Silence, heavy, suffocating silence. "Anna," I whispered again, fear building, "please answer." But still nothing came, no whispers, no scratching, no sign she was there at all. Behind me, Mr. Hartley shifted nervously. "Maybe she's gone now," he said softly. "Maybe she just needed to be acknowledged." My heart twisted painfully. No, she was real. She spoke to me. I can't leave without. A soft sound interrupted me, gentle and cautious, from deep within the apartment. Footsteps slow, hesitant, moving toward us. Then, from the shadows, she stepped forward, pale and faint, but unmistakably real. Anna stood quietly, eyes wide and frightened, her figure flickering slightly at the edges, like a candle about to go out. "You came back," she whispered softly, disbelief in her voice. I reached out instinctively, hand trembling. "I told you I wouldn't leave you here." Her eyes softened, tears glistening faintly. "I can finally leave now, because of you." "How?" I asked, desperate and confused. "What do we do?" She smiled gently, sadly, stepping forward. Just remember me. That's all I needed. To be seen, to be remembered. Her figure flickered again, softening at the edges, fading gently as she spoke again, quieter this time, almost a sigh. Thank you. Then slowly, she vanished entirely, leaving only silence and a lingering, fragile warmth. I stood quietly, tears sliding down my face, understanding finally. Anna had only needed someone to know, to acknowledge her, to remember that she had existed, that her life mattered. Behind me, Mr. Hartley stood silently, head bowed, his voice barely a whisper. I'm sorry. I didn't reply, only stood quietly, feeling both loss and relief, knowing Anna was free. And finally, so was I. The days after Anna vanished felt like walking out of a nightmare. The apartment building itself was the same, at least on the surface, the same old hallway carpet, the faded walls, the cracked paint, but something deeper had shifted. It felt lighter, emptier in a good way, like a heavy curtain had finally been lifted. But even then, I knew things wouldn't simply go back to normal. You don't go through something like that and stay unchanged. Mr. Hartley disappeared the morning after we saw Anna, leaving nothing behind but a note slipped quietly under my door. It wasn't an apology, not exactly, but it felt genuine. I'm leaving the city. I won't ask forgiveness. I don't deserve it, but thank you for helping her. Take care of yourself. I read it 3 times, then folded it neatly and tucked it away. He hadn't been innocent in all this, but I understood his fear now. Sometimes, fear makes you into someone you never imagined you'd become. Maybe that was what happened to him, or maybe it had always been inside him, waiting to come out. Either way, I wasn't sure forgiveness was mine to give. That felt like Anna's choice, not mine. As the weeks passed, I expected someone else to show up, the people who'd started the fire, the ones who'd hidden Anna away. But no one ever did. It was like they'd given up now, vanished just as thoroughly as Anna herself. The building stayed quiet, and no threats or warnings arrived. Whatever grip they'd held on this place had slipped, and maybe they'd realized it was finally over. But even though Anna was gone, I couldn't let her memory vanish quietly. Her story was too important, too real, to simply fade back into silence. She'd been erased once already. I wouldn't let it happen again. So I wrote everything down, every detail, every conversation, every late-night whisper through the vents. I gathered old documents, records from the city archives, and copies of those dismissed missing person reports. Then, when it felt complete, I sent copies to every local news outlet I could find, newspapers, websites, radio stations, anyone who might listen. I didn't care anymore if they thought I was crazy. I just needed Anna's story to be heard, to be acknowledged publicly, even if only once. The local paper picked it up first, running a quiet, skeptical piece buried on page 5. But within days, interest grew. People began sharing it online, talking about it in local forums. Questions were asked, names were mentioned, and slowly, the truth began slipping out, impossible to contain. I stayed quiet, anonymous, keeping to myself as much as possible, but even so, people found me, journalists, podcasters, curiosity seekers. They knocked on my door, left notes in my mailbox, called me repeatedly. I ignored them all, focusing instead on moving forward with my own life. I moved out of the apartment as soon as I could. It wasn't fear that drove me away, not anymore, but the realization that this place would never truly be home again. Too many memories, too many echoes. On my last night there, as I packed the final box, I paused, staring quietly at the wall vent, the same one where Anna's voice had first whispered through. It felt like years ago now, even though only a few weeks had passed. "Goodbye, Anna," I whispered softly, gently placing my hand against the wall, as if she might still somehow feel my presence. "I hope you're finally okay." The apartment didn't answer, of course, but I felt a small sense of peace settle over me, reassuring and gentle. Wherever she was now, I hoped she had found rest. She deserved that, at the very least. My new place was small, bright, and far away from the city. I chose somewhere quiet, surrounded by open space, trees, and fresh air. It wasn't perfect, but it was peaceful, and after everything I'd been through, that was enough. Slowly, life began returning to something that felt close to normal. I got a new job, one that kept me busy but didn't drain me. I spent more time outside, away from walls and enclosed spaces. I began sleeping again, soundly and without dreams, no scratching, no whispers, no hidden rooms. But some things didn't fade completely. I never completely stopped checking doors twice at night. I never fully trusted silence again, always expecting something just beyond hearing, waiting quietly in the dark. Then, one warm evening, months after I'd moved away, something arrived that brought it all sharply back. It was an envelope, plain white, with no return address. Inside, a single folded piece of paper with a short handwritten note. "They believed you. Everyone knows now. Thank you for not forgetting me." My chest tightened sharply as I read the words, heart racing with sudden disbelief and quiet wonder. The handwriting was careful, gentle, and familiar, the same fragile, uncertain script that had pleaded for freedom on the closet wall. Anna's handwriting. For a long moment, I stood frozen, staring at the paper, struggling to understand how it was possible. Then, slowly, a quiet warmth filled my chest, something like gratitude and relief, mingling gently with a deeper understanding. Anna hadn't vanished entirely. Maybe she never would. Her presence, her memory, it was out there now, known and shared by others. She wasn't trapped anymore, and she wasn't forgotten. That was enough. I kept the note carefully, placing it alongside Mr. Hartley's. Both notes lived quietly in my dresser drawer, tucked away, private but present. Gentle reminders of what had happened, of what I'd faced, of what Anna had endured, and how she'd finally found peace. My life moved forward, quietly, gently. Friends returned, laughter felt easier again, and slowly the tension of those long weeks eased from my shoulders. I knew I'd always carry that experience with me, but it wasn't a burden anymore. It was a memory, an important piece of who I had become. One afternoon, on the first anniversary of that night in the apartment, I returned to the city. The building stood quiet now, the lobby repainted, new tenants living their lives, unaware of the truth hidden in their walls. From the street, it looked utterly ordinary again, indistinguishable from any other old, worn apartment building. But I knew its secrets now, knew the shadows hidden inside it. And even if the world moved forward, forgetting and rebuilding, Anna and I would always remember. As I stood there, quietly watching from across the street, a breeze stirred gently, warm and reassuring, brushing softly across my face. I closed my eyes briefly, feeling it surround me, peaceful and familiar. Maybe it was nothing, just wind on a summer afternoon. Or maybe, just maybe, it was her way of telling me she was still there, still remembered, still real in every way that mattered. Either way, as I walked quietly away, I finally felt at peace. Anna was free, and because of her, so was I.